regular scheduled school board meeting for March 25th. We're at the administration building. We have a lot of faces here. I know a lot of kids are getting awards, so I'm glad that y'all showed up. It's nice weather today. So we'll call the meeting to order. Sue, whenever you're ready, go ahead and give roll call.
Carrie Germain. Present. Autumn Henry. Here. Chuck Melkey.
Present.
Kim Winter. Present. Ken Engel.
Present. Okay, and I don't know, I haven't heard from Ms. Fick or Ms. Walgas, so has anybody else heard from them?
I believe they're coming, yes, they're on their way.
Okay,
yes.
All right. Well, we'll get rolling here. We'll do a pledge of allegiance, and maybe we'll have, who's the kids that are up front here could come up and help us with the pledge of allegiance. Who would like to do that? Any volunteers? Wayne, do you want to pick somebody?
Anybody else?
Well, we got to have a couple more. Yeah. Just stand up there by the podium, and we'll do the pledge of allegiance.
Good job, girls.
Microphone on. You ready? Are you ready? Yep.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, girls. Thank you, ladies. Okay, we're going to start out with our board recognition to all of our students that are here today. I know a lot of parents came, and we thank you for coming. We're going to start out with Peak Elementary. Ms. Briggs, come on up and introduce your students and the awards they're going to get this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Heather Briggs. I'm the proud principal of Deke Elementary, and it is my privilege this evening to recognize three wonderful young ladies who are Deke Dragons, and this was a big deal because we put this out to all of our teachers and our staff at Deke Elementary to nominate students who they thought were deserving of a school board recognition award. They all selected a couple of different students, and then from there we actually narrowed it down again. So to be selected from that double pick is awesome. So the first person I want to nominate is our third grader, Maylee Glenn. Come on up, Mary. Maylee was nominated by Carly Koch, and her teacher is right over here to represent her. She said that Maylee is a very hard worker. She demonstrates what it truly means to be a Creek student. She's always willing to help out another student or a staff member, and she's responsible and caring, and that she's very happy to have her in her class, and she continues to grow each and every day. So congratulations, Maylee.
Snap a quick picture.
Wonderful.
Do you want us to close here? You hold your certificate, honey. Ready? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is our fourth grade nominee, and that is Scarlett Allen. Come on up, Scarlett. All right, Scarlett was nominated by Mrs. Beckwith, who also is right here. Thank you for being here this evening. Scarlett's a very hard worker, and she loves to help others when they're struggling with an assignment. She always follows the Creek expectations, no matter where she is in the building, and she's an amazing student. Congratulations, Scarlett. our 5th grade nomination was Mila Hardesty. Come on up. Mila was nominated by Ms. Trieger, and who said she's nominated Mila because she takes care of flag duties daily. She can always be counted on. She's very respectful to all of the adults in the office as well as throughout the building. She's also witnessed Mila doing many different random acts of kindness with different students all around the building. And she follows Creek Code each and every day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, just a quick plug, I'm going to be running over to the Performing Arts Center. We have our Deke Elementary talent show tonight. We have over 50 students participating, so it's a packed event over at the PAC this evening. So some of my young ladies are scooching on out to go to the talent show because it started at the same exact time. And it's a free event, so anyone here, if you want to check it out later, come join us. We saw the first half today during the afternoon. Amazing talent, so we're super excited. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to do Siren next. Ms. Bevel's here.
Good evening, everyone. I have 4 students from Siring Elementary that are just extraordinary students. I'm going to start with the kindergarten student, Elin Johnson, from Ms. Treb's class. Ms. Treb is here as well. Can you see her? Here she is. She's little. So, Elin consistently demonstrates our Creek expectations each day. She is kind, respectful, responsible, and a hardworking student who always strives to do her best. Elin is caring and helpful to those around her, and she shows great patience and thoughtfulness when supporting her classmates. Oh, Elin.
Is she ready?
Sorry.
I'm going to take one, then Mama's going to take one. Okay, stay there.
Thank you. Our next student is Melina Travis in 1st grade, Miss Bryant's class. So Melina is nominated for her commitment to learning. She's always engaged in lessons and eager to learn more. Melina is a kind friend and respectful. She always follows all of the Creek expectations. Good job.
Your certificate. There you go. Look right here. Great. Ready? Thank you. And Mama, take one.
I have Layla Gill from Mrs. Bratton's class. Ready to hear all the good things that Mrs. Bratton had to say? Mrs. Bratton said, I would like to nominate Layla Gill to be recognized at the upcoming school board meeting. Layla always participates in class. She is very patient and shows kindness to others. She encourages her classmates and helps her friends who are struggling. Congratulations. And last but not least, Margaret Gernand from Miss Ballant's class. So Margaret is always the first one to help other students who are struggling academically or emotionally. She is so smart and focused on her learning and filled with love and compassion. She deserves all the praise. Congratulations.
Can you hold up your certificate? Ready? Big smile. And let Mama take one. Thanks.
Good evening. We have 3 students that we're recognizing from Gaines tonight. The teachers there teach split classrooms, so they chose a student from one of their grade levels for tonight. So our first student that we are recognizing is Rhett Irwin, and he is a first grader in Mrs. Alfaro's classroom. However, Mrs. Alfaro was out on maternity leave, so Mrs. Stottle was our long-term sub, and she went ahead and nominated our student, and she's here tonight, so I appreciate her coming back tonight. And she said that Rhett comes to lessons ready to learn and is an active part of our class discussions. He is always willing to help peers or adults and consistently shows kindness. Rhett is a true Creek kid. Congratulations.
Leonie, can you hold up your certificate? Perfect. Ready?
Our second grade student that was nominated by Mrs. Brookshire is Colt Chittick. Mrs. Brookshire says that Colt always comes to school ready to learn. He is respectful and kind to all other students that he is around. He is always the first one lined up for the hallway or sitting on the carpet with all of his materials and ready to work. He constantly shows Creek expectations and is a great leader and role model in our classroom community. Good job.
Colt, can you hold up your certificate so we can see your name? Wonderful. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let Mom get one, too.
And we have a 4th grade student nominated by Mrs. Vanderlaan, Kinsley Mangrum. Mrs. Vanderlaan says that Kinsley demonstrates all of the Creek expectations every day. She is committed to learning, asking for help when needed, and leading others during student-led learning. She is respectful of everyone around her, always on top of what should be happening. She is quick to offer help when she sees there is a need. Kinsley is a leader in her classroom and school. She truly exemplifies a Creek student.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Okay, you're set.
Okay, Kelly, are you here for VLC? Yeah. Oh, okay, I was stuck.
I know, I look very useful.
All right, Kelly Robertson here from the VLC. My sidekick is my youngest. She just wanted to come up here. The VLC is so proud of these students, and I just want to say something real quick, is that sometimes hearing compliments about yourself can be a little bit uncomfortable. So for the students that I'm about to call up, please make sure that you know our strategy is that you can repeat whatever I'm saying in your head as I'm saying it, and don't worry if you miss a word, because you can watch it again on YouTube later, okay? All right, Maya Jackson, can you come on up, please? So Amaya and I have known each other since she was in 7th grade. I almost said I was in 7th grade. And I can tell you that her growth from 7th grade to now has been tremendous. Not only am I so proud of you, she probably brought the biggest cheering section here today. And the whole VLC has been a delight, because every day Amaya comes in. She is currently 16, and she has worked so hard that she's graduating this year. Her dream... Her dream is to go into cosmetology, and is talking to Dad, conversations that I had with him, he says he'll build a cosmetology in the basement, and I told her that I will get my daughters to be her first clients. We are so proud of you, Amaya.
With her. Okay. Is she our news reporter?
No, she's my last.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I might get closer.
We'll FaceTime later. I'll get it. See you.
Okay. Next, Alexis Lott, can you come on down? So the VLC staff were all voting, and doing all this stuff, and it was so hard to decide. Alexis is a senior this year, and her life coach, Mr. Look, was saying that she worked so hard that she was able to graduate early, even though graduation is May 20th, my plug. But she also wants to pursue nursing and healthcare, correct? Because Mr. Look told me, and if he was wrong, I would get it. Alexis, she went to the homecoming dance. We had so much fun. She was telling me how to do my hair. She brings so much to the VLC.
VLC. She's one of the students that just makes it shine. So I'm so proud of her, and so is everybody else at VLC. Thomas Loader, come on down. Oh, there you are. Tommy, as I know him, go back to 7th grade as well, and I may always envision the younger lad in the class, and now he's taller. But this year, he started his senior year with 12 credits, which is 6 behind, and he has worked so hard that he is on schedule to graduate this year. So proud. Henry Ford Automotive School already accepted him to do that program. So I hope he doesn't forget me. My car is making a weird sound right now. And earlier this year, he actually earned a free lunch from Burger King because he was on pace and had the grades to meet it. Peers actually, I don't know if you know this, Tommy, say that you're kind and compassionate. So we are so proud of you. Thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. You look just like your dad.
Michaela Bales, can you come here, please? Michaela has overcame challenges this year with internally and just her environment around her, and she has came through it tremendously well. She started the VLC in May of 25 and as a sophomore, and currently right now she's taking junior classes because she completed 20 classes so far this year. This girl also prioritizes her schooling so much that she did not attend the field trip today. She stayed back and worked on her classes. Also, she has been hired, I just pay her with smiles and hugs, as our news reporter at the VLC, and she does the Bales Blitz, and it's in our parent newsletters. So we are so proud of you, Michaela.
Thank you. Ready? Oops, 1 second, I'm not ready. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Janie from the high school, where's, oh, here comes Janie.
Okay, so we have the high school up next, and there's 950 kids at the high school, so this was super difficult because I had to narrow it down to around 5. So how I did that is I used the CREEK rubric, C-R-E-E-K, and what each of those stand for. I kind of took this from the middle school last month. So the first one is Tyrese Watkins. He is a senior at Swartz Creek High School. So Tyrese was chosen for the Commit to Learning Award, not only because he is so kind, respectful, and always has a smile on his face, but also because of his strong work ethic and determination to succeed. He's the kind of person that you want on your team. He's consistently putting forth the effort in everything that he does. He earned first place in the district sales pitch challenge with his youth entrepreneur club. He also took first place in the entire county. He has some more competitions coming up that he's also hoping to gain first place from, but he is also the student that the board selected and approved to go to the Stanford trip to this Stanford University in California, where he confidently spoke in front of educators and leading researchers about his experience with our data science class over at the high school. So, commit to learning, Tyrese Watkins.
Tyrese, I want to get your picture. Yes. That's all right. He's got a nice smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Let Mom get one.
All right, next up is Sophia Williard. She is also a senior, and she is going to get the Respect Others Award. So Sophia is a senior and was also chosen for the Respect to Others Award because of her long-standing dedication to our peer-to-peer program at Swartz Creek High School. She is consistently supporting students not only in general education but also with special education through peer-to-peer with a genuine care and compassion. Even on days when she's unable to join her peer, she goes to that elective class just to make sure that she can check on him and see how his day is going. And it just goes above and beyond. So Sophia, you got the Respect to Others Award.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. I like your pants too. Oh, sorry. Just let your mom get a picture.
All right, next up we have the Everyone is Responsible Award, and this is going to go to a freshman. Her name is Amalia Morish. Where's she at? There she is. Everyone is Responsible Award is an impressive achievement, especially for a freshman. As a stage when many students are still learning and developing responsibility, Amelia stands out as a shining example of what it means to lead with integrity and accountability. She is wise beyond her years, demonstrating a level of maturity that is rare, and she consistently looks for ways to support and uplift all those around her.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Stay there. Stay there. Thank you.
The next award, I'm actually going to do two, and they can come up together because this was if I gave it to one, I had to give it to the other. So Everyone is Safe Award, and this is going to go to Andy Hurd and Trevor White. They are both sophomores at the high school. They are both deserving of this award, especially because of their actions in helping a group of young ladies through a difficult situation this year, ensuring that they remain safe until they could reach an adult. Their integrity and kindness truly set them apart, reflecting the strong character that they bring to the school community. In addition to their compassion, both Trevor and Andy, it just goes to say, they're very competitive with each other, and one of these two will most likely be the top of their class. They're very competitive.
All the moms behind me? Good. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Don't move for your moms. Congratulations.
All right, last and certainly not least, because this is the Kindness Counts Award, which, if you know me, this is top on my list of what I like to see. So Carolyn Westuba is a junior at Swartz Creek High School, and she will be receiving the Kindness Counts Award. Carolyn is one of those students that is just very rare to find. She's kind to everyone all the time. She's a joy to have in class, known by her teachers as a hard worker who's motivated and just a pleasure to be around. She's highly involved in school activities, always looking ways to lead and include others, and just a great overall leader in the building to have and to include all of our student body. So Carolyn Westuba, Kindness Counts.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Don't move for your mom.
Okay, is that it? All of our principals are done, kids are done. Parents, thank you for coming. You might as well, you can be excused if you like, or you can stay for the board meeting, but thank you everybody for coming and enjoying the evening. Congratulations to all your children. You guys need it? You good? Yeah. You did good. Great job.
Everybody.
At least a couple. Okay.
Okay, I rest my case.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on now. We'll go back into our regular meeting, which we were. This is a program that Wayne talked to me about, and the board's agreed to it, and I think it's a wonderful program we've been doing to recognize some of our children within all of our buildings. It's good to see the smiling faces and the parents here. Okay, next item will be public comment, agenda specific. If you'd like to come up and talk, you have 3 minutes. And Jenny, you're going to be in the clock, and she'll let you know when you're at 2:45. You're more than welcome to state your name, ma'am.
I'm Leah Davis from Mundy Township. I'm not sure if it's on the agenda or not, but I want to talk about the school, Morris Elementary School.
It's not on the school, it's not on the agenda.
Oh, okay. You want me to wait or?
We prefer you to, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
second public comment.
Anybody else for first public comment, agenda specific?
There's a second.
None? Okay, we'll move on. We'll go on to our consent agenda. Any discussion on that?
Yeah,
Henry?
I would like to add some discussion items and potential, one of them might be an action item. Discussion items would be the Morris Elementary and the demolitions. I just have some discussion on that. And action items, I don't know if we need to take action tonight or not to amend a current policy 5305 and 5303 pertaining to school choice and enrollment. There was just some language in there that I thought was odd.
What, you want to add Morris Elementary?
Yeah, that one can be a discussion item if,
What do you want to add?
to do with the demolitions and emails that, yeah,
5303 and 5306 can have.
5303 and 5305.
05,
And those, yeah. I don't know if you want to add it, where are we going to add them? To C or? Okay, okay.
You talking about board discussion items?
Yeah, I think you'd have to.
Okay,
For Morris and policy or? Okay, so C for Morris discussion, and EFGH for 53, or yeah, I think it was 5305 and 5303.
what's the pleasure of the board? Okay. Any discussion on add those as agenda items? Well, one's an agenda item, I misspoke myself, board action item, and one would be a discussion item. Is there any?
So what's the specific discussion item again? Is it demolition around Moorish?
Yes.
Okay. And the action item numbers again?
H for 5305 and 5303.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further discussion? None? Let's do roll call vote, please.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Kim Winter. Yes. Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion passes 7-0, and then I'm going to back up and go a little bit out of sequence. Ma'am, you said you had something to do with Marsh, so go ahead and take your 3 minutes.
3 minutes? I'm Leah Davis. I live right across from Morris Elementary School, right exactly across from the sidewalk that goes from Linden Road into the parking lot of Morris Elementary School. I, unfortunately, am subjected to the vast demolitions that's happening around the Linden Road and the 2 square miles of the mega site. I have seen dust and dust and dust for months since Christmas. As a resident, and I was under the understanding of my knowledge that the Flint Genesee Economic Alliance wasn't going to be performing the demolitions during school hours, and one of the big reasons I thought the question was, why are they doing this at school or Christmas break? And that was why, because school was not in session during Christmas break. So I was like, oh, okay, I see. And I was very thankful for that. I thought that was a very considerate thing for them to be doing. So, however, about 3 weeks ago, March 2nd, I was bummed to see my other neighbor, of course, boom, 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 like dominoes, they're going. Demolition permits like hotcakes. It's disturbing enough to see my neighbors of 25 years, their homes being demolished, and right next to the sidewalk where the kids walk to school. My kids walked along that sidewalk to go to school. It's every day. It's a whole. It doesn't. You can't even recognize where you live. It's like. But in any case, the kids were out playing on the playground while they were demolishing my neighbor's house. It's like what, a yard away, right next to the parking lot, right next to the playground. And the street sweeper, you wouldn't believe the dust. I have video, this is days worth. And I was concerned, and I called down, wasn't even sure if I was a parent, I wouldn't want my kids playing on the playground with the demolitions occurring around the school. And I mean, I have even more information that I read with my research on multiple homes being demolished around playgrounds. That we're talking, even the most regulated asbestos control, it doesn't always take care of the problem. You're still going to have microparticles in the air. You cannot stop it. I mean, there's wind, you cannot control the wind and the air. Is that my time? 30 seconds. I'm not sure what communication is going on. The principal wasn't even there if there were any concerns, demolition concerns. So I'm not sure what's going on between the communication of this non-government organization and the school, but I was hoping that you guys would address this matter and make sure that, some things are taken care of in regards to maybe they could do it during the summer or another holiday or spring break, but school hours it's just disgusting from my view.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm sure we'll have discussion on it.
Brian Bender, I'll follow up in Ms. Davis's statement. Wasn't planning to. Has there been any communication, if you wouldn't mind later in discussion, from the Flint Genesee Group to the school district or with the township in regards to that? Because it doesn't seem like it's a healthy situation for the kids. Thank you.
Anybody else from the public that would like to make a comment? Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to Wayne's report.
Okay, I have a couple things here. We need to schedule a special board meeting here right after break probably for student discipline hearings. Currently, we have 2 students that we need to bring before the board. We have scheduled we're scheduling a special meeting on Wednesday, December the 8th. Is it the pleasure of the board that we do both of them at the same time?
Is that April?
Same night,
April-
excuse me.
April 8th, yes.
Excuse me, April 8th, what did I say? Oh, no. How about April 8th? Wednesday, April 8th.
Don't wish away our summer.
Yeah, that's for sure. Is that okay with the board if we do 2 of them in one night?
Sure. I don't have a problem with it.
We allow at least an hour and a half, if
Yep.
necessary, because I know the last time we did something back-to-back, it ran a little over.
Okay. We will set it up for an hour and a half sessions on each one.
Thank you.
We also need to schedule something soon, board discussion with schools of choice. The state does not have a specific date on which we must be making a decision, but we got kindergarten roundup coming soon. It's April the 14th. And we've also had calls from parents from a parent the other day who is moving out of the district, but wants to keep her children in district, so she would need a schools of choice to be able to have that child in district. So we're going to need a decision fairly soon with that. So I don't know if we need to do a special meeting or even piggyback it on to that night that we have the disciplines hearings. We're starting them, I believe it's 6 o'clock?
Yes,
6 to 7:30 was the first one.
yes.
And then we'd be going 7:30 to 9. We'd go after that if you'd like.
We'll be here for a long time. Can everybody show up a little earlier for the disciplinary hearings? Maybe we can start a little earlier?
Yeah.
Because they
You
usually
guys-
take between 45 minutes and an hour normally. And I know you don't get out of work till 4.
Yeah. Chuck, you and Ken have a meeting with Wayne.
Yeah, we have a meeting that night.
Prior to
And there's,
Yes,
could be
correct.
3 meetings that night.
You're welcome.
Thank you for reminding me.
Thank
of
you,
that,
Sue.
I forgot about that meeting. Oh, boy. Yeah,
We're going to pack them in one day. We'll pack an all-day marathon.
that's going to be a 4 to 9 meeting.
Yep, that's okay.
Didn't you say there is no dead?
Well, no,
No, no,
the
just-
4 o'clock meetings for me and Ken.
Ken and Dave and myself.
We're going to be looking at the several security firms and bringing back the board a recommendation was we'll talk about it on committee report, but that was, I don't want to get off, let's
All right.
stay on these.
Here's a couple things on schools of choice, just so that you can think it, so you have some information.
Autumn, you had a
to
question?
use.
Autumn White had a
Yeah.
question of you, Wayne.
If there's no deadline on it, why are we even contemplating starting a meeting at 9 PM to talk about it? I
The
don't understand that.
The thing of it is, we need to get things going because we got a kindergarten roundup. We got parents that'll be bringing their children in, and they're going to want to know, are they going to be able to bring their children here next year or not? If we don't have a decision made soon, we're off.
Well, all of the students who are school choice right now are automatically
Correct.
eligible.
That's
to-
correct. They're automatically a
So-
lifetime student.
Right, so those there's that. Other than that,
It's mainly for kindergartners.
I don't see justifying a 9 PM, a meeting starting at 9 PM for something that doesn't have a deadline that's tomorrow, or, even this week. Like,
When is
So
kindergarten?
when
Hold
a
up.
student
that?
When is
moves,
kindergarten?
April 14th.
if I could say something.
It's the following Tuesday.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When a student moves out of district, we still have to receive the school of choice form. If we don't get a school of choice form, they'll have to go to their home district where they live to get a release. And sometimes they don't get a release. They're not offered a release. Certain school districts don't offer the release. Just to let you know, a little background.
I don't care if we just started and have another special meeting on another date, that's fine. I was just trying to pack them all into one.
I got it.
I would
Could we do
rather
it on the 7th, just school of choice? I'm not available the 7th.
Kim, you said you were leaving for a week. What would work for you?
I'm leaving the day after that. And I don't, I mean,
It's up to the board. You guys make a suggestion, let's vote on it and move it forward.
But I'm good with the discipline hearings. I'm not okay with starting a meeting at 9 PM to talk about school of choice. So I would, if we are taking a vote, I'll make that motion, but
Have
Do we
another
need a
special
vote
meeting on
for
it.
it? What about Monday the 6th? No.
I don't,
Consensus.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with the discipline, but I'm with Autumn. I don't want to, that's going to be a lot of discussion that I don't want to start at 9 o'clock.
That's def-
and we're probably not gonna be at best at 9 o'clock anyway, after.
What about Monday the 6th?
What?
What about Monday the 6th?
I'm not available that night.
I'm going to beat my proverbial dead horse. We've talked about this 3 months ago. Now it's a problem. Now it's a hurry. As I sarcastically said in the administration meeting, they must teach this in Administration 101 for school administrators. Bring something at the last minute, and we got to hurry up and do it. I don't, this originally was put on here as an action item, which we weren't going to discuss at all. Now we're going to turn around and we want to hurry and do it. And to address the comment that Sue brought up, it doesn't matter when we have this meeting. If a school district's not going to release a child, they're not going to release them. That has no bearing on our topic. So let's, and this is another problem with us only scheduling one board meeting a month. We cram all this business into an all-night event, and then you want to do, we're going to do the same thing on the 9th if we do it that way. We need to go back to 2 meetings a month. Again, we used to do 2 meetings a month, and when Ben Manka came here, we changed it to 1. So let's fix our problem by fixing the problem and having 2 meetings a month.
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Can we at least entertain a motion for the disciplinary hearing coming up next Wednesday?
Do we need a motion on it, or just?
We don't have to, we can just.
You want to do it? Yeah. Go ahead, keep going.
Currently, we've made all the teaching assignments for the teaching staff for grades from early 5s through 5th grade, and all staff members have been provided their assignments for next year, as we told them we would, but not later than the Easter break. The district parents have been notified for information of where their district children will be scheduled to, the building they'll be scheduled to go to next year, and we just need to make some arrangements. If they want to go to a different building, they have plenty of time to apply to go to another building. Again, parents with schools of choice will be notified soon as to the building which they will be assigned for next year. And the final thing that I have is MASB is going to have some workshops. They are going to be May 1st and 2nd, where they'll have several CBA classes. These classes will be presented in Lansing, Michigan. So if anybody would like to go to any of these CBA classes, see Sue and she'll sign you up for those. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Real quick on this topic, did we get the problem resolved with where the children were going to go to school? The K-5 kids? We got lit up on that last week or on Facebook, and I also got a text message and whatnot. Did we get that solved? The kids have been assigned to their proper schools, not all going.
Yes, they have been. That email went out on that very, very shortly after the original email went out. I would say within 5 minutes, another email went right out correcting the first one.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have a comment on how that was done, because I don't believe that that was done properly. The board was not even given any, we weren't shown the redistricting maps, we were not asked for any input, and we certainly did not approve any of these lines, and that is against Michigan policy. That is a board decision, and the board needs to approve those changes. So in my opinion, that redistricting map is not final, and that is subject to board approval.
And I don't-
So that should not have been communicated to parents. That was improper notification of parents and improper following of procedures. And I don't believe anybody should consider that final, because we have not approved that.
I agree.
It is not a law. We can district within. I have not heard a law.
There is an MCL. Which delegates that authority to the board. Our policy doesn't state otherwise, that it's been designated anywhere else. So to put it out there as if it is.
And I sent you documentation from the state of Michigan listing the MCLs and listing that it was board responsibility, and you did not respond to me. So that you have had an opportunity to resolve this conflict with, at least with me, before this meeting, and you did not take that opportunity, so that's why I'm bringing it up now. But I've sent you a document from the Michigan State website showing you that this is our responsibility, and it's not allowed to be done without our permission.
I will look at that email. I didn't see that email, but I'll look for it.
I saw an email last night from you, but I didn't open it.
No, it was last week. You were on it too, Chuck.
So should we get that on our next agenda, or maybe that special meeting that needs to happen like at 9 PM one day? Because we're already assigning teachers to buildings, but we don't even have a district map?
I don't know.
That's just me.
Well, I don't know if this was done purposely. It's just, it's always been the
I
administration
don't,
that's kind of
purposely or
cut out the
not.
district.
You gotta know the rules. You gotta play by the rules. Like,
The administrations normally did the district map. I've had questions about it too, and I think that we can come to an agreement with it, especially if it's an MCL.
Yeah.
And we'll all work it out together, I'm sure.
Again, though, if we're gonna play by the rules, let's cancel the expulsion hearings, just put the children back in school.
You can on the one situation.
The bottom line is, the rules apply to everybody. They apply to us, they apply to the staff, they apply to the children. And if there's a law that says that, then we need to address it. And again, we kick the can down the road. It's what we're good at.
and, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions of Superintendent Wayne? Okay.
That one,
If somebody wants to call a special meeting to that, they're more than welcome to, and we'll address that. I have no problem with it. I think that's reasonable.
I got a,
We better do something about it.
Right.
yeah, I got a whole list of special meetings. If we wanna do that, or if we wanna go to 2 board meetings a month, I really don't, either way, or I can just ask for support on special meetings every other day. It's up to you guys. I don't,
I would say that it sounds like we have enough topics that we need another meeting very shortly, so I think we should probably figure that out when we want to hold that other meeting.
Okay, make a suggestion. What date? I mean, you say you want to do it, but there's
Yeah, I'm
no
not-
answer
yeah,
to your
I'm
question.
not, I don't know everybody's else's schedule. For me, the only days I'm not available are next week on Wednesday, and then the following week on Tuesday. So the
Okay.
31st of March and the 7th of April are my 2 days I'm unavailable.
Okay, I'll move it on. Sue, tomorrow, would you start working the schedule with the individual board members, and then we'll set the meeting that's conducive for most of our board members to address some of these topics, and obviously we'll post them in compliance with the open meeting, exactly what we're gonna talk about. Maybe it'll be the school of choice and the bus districting or lines for the new elementaries. I think that would be acceptable. Everybody okay with that? We'll move on?
Wait a minute. What about April 1st or 2nd? I mean, April 1st, I guess. Is it spring break? Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah, it's spring break coming up this Friday. So Sue's gonna, let Sue make the calls tomorrow. You guys are all in consensus, or most of you are, what I'm hearing, to move a meeting, a special meeting for that, and we'll just do it. But let's not argue about it here for 15 or 20 minutes and take up our board business. Can we move on? Everybody good? Yep. Okay, interim superintendent, anything else, Wayne?
That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Student board representation.
Good evening, everyone. First, spring break for K through 12 will start Friday the 27th after a morning half day, and we will resume school on April 6th. If anyone's going on spring break, I wish you all safe travels and hope you have the best time. The archery team for the high school made it to nationals, which will be held from May 6th to May 9th in Kentucky. Multiple of our high school band members earned a 1 or 2 at state solo ensemble. Spring sports have officially started and all teams are made, and all teams would love for anyone to attend their games. We just finished NWEA testing for 9th through 11th grade today, and we're hoping to see improvement on the PSAT and SAT scores as a result. The high school recently, oh my gosh, the Read Across the Creek took place for the second time last week, and all elementary schools were visited in some capacity by high school students. And Peyton Damon and Jenny Edwards were nominated for the Children Champions Award, which is a very high and big honor. And when we come back from spring break, PSAT for 9th through 11th, and SAT and MSTEP for oh my gosh. So the PSAT will be 9th and 10th, and then the 11th graders will be taking their SAT and MSTEP. And seniors will be gearing up for the end of their year. Big things are coming up for them, such as prom, senior awards, graduation, and more. The middle school recently hosted a luau fun night organized by their very own PTO. It was a huge success, and students had a very great time. And the event provided a positive opportunity to build community and celebrate together after school hours. This week, students are completing their third quarter common assessments at the middle school, and that is a part of a new middle school initiative designed to measure student learning each 10-week period. And the middle school has seen strong student growth and success with this approach throughout the year, and it has been a valuable tool in supporting both instruction and achievement. The NJHS is doing a Dimes for Diapers fundraiser, and students can donate money to their Dragon Time teacher, and it will be collected by the NJHS students at a later date. And the middle school is excited to welcome their new school resource officer, Aiden Hudgens. Mr. Kaplan says he has made a very positive impression, and the students really seem to enjoy interacting with him as he builds strong relationships throughout the building. At Deke, students participated in a school-wide reading challenge with teams Jenga, Uno, Sorry, and Candyland. Weekly winners earned the opportunity to play giant games in the gym, building excitement around reading. March 16th through the 20th, students participated in the Worlds of Music residency, which focused on kindness, gratitude, and mindfulness. And they have an assembly tomorrow for the Bikes for Books assembly. And their third marking period celebration assembly will be March 27th, organized by Marianne Schaefer and their student leadership group, which recognizes students for positive behavior, strong attendance, Creek Kids, and Board of Education honorees. And they also have numerous after-school activities, which has been led by volunteers such as volleyball, basketball, Latch Hook Club, Girls on the Run, and Boys Group, which has allowed students to keep their minds and bodies active. At Moorish, students have had a great time celebrating March's Reading Month. On Friday, they welcomed Mr. Guy Lewis for an assembly focused on building of culture, focused on a culture of kindness. Students were engaged and inspired by that. And they're looking forward to Books for Scooters assembly, which is taking place tomorrow as well, and students have been reading for a chance to win a scooter. And Mrs. Thompson wanted to thank the Masonic Lodge number 458 for their generous support. And at Gaines, they have recently held their second lock-in fundraiser where students got to enjoy activities such as karaoke, games in the gym, nail painting, tattoos, and time with friends. They also started a walking club during recess, which gives students a fun and active option to stay moving throughout the day. And their student group is currently running a Gold Rush count collection to help fund bounce houses for their upcoming Family Fun Friday. And that is all I have for you guys today.
Wow, thank you, Desi. Does anybody have any questions? Desi, good job, as always. You're a little tongue twisted today, more than normal. Yep. Okay. Informational items, employment of non-certified staff. Does anybody have any questions on that? Probably not.
We have one employee that we've just hired, LaChantel Deloney, to transportation bus driver. Hiring was effective March 17th, 2026.
And that's one of our bus drivers moved up, right, to secretary. Okay, great. Okay, we'll go on to the board subcommittee reports. We'll start out with bond. That's okay with you, Jenny? Then we'll go to finance with Ken.
Sure. Okay. The bond committee met on March 17th at 2 p.m. Present were Chuck Melke, myself, Carrie Germain, Wayne Wright, David Simonson, Jamie, Adrian, Susan Carlson from French, TJ Peck from the public, Andrew Wilson, and Tom Wiltrout, also from the public. It was called to order at 2:07. So we received an update from AUK saying that the planning meetings are taking place with staff to prepare for the move. The high school met with them on the 17th, and the middle school will meet with them on April 7th. HVAC testing will take place during spring break. The thermostats need to be set at particular temperatures that they don't really want to do while the kids are in there. So they're going to do that over spring break. The design work for 2027 projects is ongoing. The financial tracking grid has been updated, and I believe it's available on the bond website, so anybody can view that. At this point, we're net under budget by $183,000, with just little variances here and there, and the net overall is under budget by $773,000. Okay, hopefully I read all those numbers right. Apologize. Next, we talked about we were scheduled to talk about the playground plans, but we waited and moved that to later, the operations committee. We also talked about the furniture plans. They needed to fine tune the counts, update those from the estimates from the site survey. There's no bid process because these purchases are made through consortium for best pricing. Let's see. It's finishing out the replacement of furniture that wasn't covered by the 2018 bond, and it's going to be targeting the middle school and high school classrooms and media centers. We had one public comment just asking if the information about the bond budget was for the whole bond or just Series 1, and all that information that's out on the website is just Series 1 for right now. We did not have committee comments, and I think the board action items kind of fall under finance, so I just had that as none. We adjourned at 2:19 p.m. and the next meeting is on April 20th. Any questions?
Thank you, Jenny. Any
Quick
questions?
question. Yeah, where you talk about your net under budget, 183. I'm assuming, but I want to make sure, that's just between the middle school and high school, because your next thing says net overall.
I took notes and I'm not, so I don't, Jamie can probably clarify.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make.
The 183,000 was the net between high school, middle school, and then the overall was the.
I didn't want to be assumptive, but it's written kind of conflicting the way it's written out. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Walgast? None? Okay, we'll move on to Ken.
March 17th, 2026, we had the Swartz Creek Community Schools Finance Committee of the Whole Administration Building meeting.
Can you turn your mic on?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll start over. On March 17th, 2026, we had the Swartz Creek Community Schools Finance Committee of the Whole meeting at the Administration Building. Meeting started at 2:23, ended at 6:21. I guess you'd say I chaired the meeting. I think Jamie provides 90%, 99% of the information. In attendance was Carrie Germain, Chuck Melke, Wayne Wright, Adrian T. I will not butcher your last name, Adrian. Jenny Walgast, Dave Simonson, Jamie Cowan, Tom Wiltrout, Andrew Wilson, and TJ Heck. The financials gone over by Jamie for February 2026. This time our finances are in good order. Grants, if I'm pronouncing this correctly, the Sovita, S-O-V-I-T-A, was a $100 teaching grant by Shannon Rabelli. And 31 AA money is 1.2 million tentatively to the district. The original amount, until other schools opted out, for us was $459. So for the sake of this conversation, we got about $700,000 more dollars, which by us not opting out. Music and arts grants are $11,470 by Heather Briggs. And safe routes to schools, or SRTS, was $24,000. That was Dave Simonson. It's to educate, and I guess plan routes to school. Other was athletic and rentals. We talked about the new ball field rates and stuff. Adrian is going to work on that. An athletic trainer, Adrian presented an applicant. And for those board members that was there, I think we were good with that, correct? The presentation and the person, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The AYSO rental was brought up by Adrian. A complete contract with AYSO will be forwarded to the board at a later date. Little bit on that. I thought it was a very positive thing. It's going to kind of bring AYSO back to the district property and whatnot. I thought that was positive. They've kind of been a group without a steady home, so hopefully they can bring it back here to the district, and it could be a steady home here on our property for the children. Mary Crable Park, sign was done by Cranny and will be hung at the park hopefully sooner than later. Lurvy Phase 1 and 2 status, a 10K request, which was not in the contract. Was kind of head nodded that we're not going to grant that payment. On the legal end of things, the WTA status is $110,000 to clean up the matter. Williams Firm status update, they're asking for more money to complete that investigation. Originally it was at $24,000, it's now to $31,000. I believe we were going to co-sign that. Firm to represent the complaint to replace Delaport, Jenny will present. Okay. The board request for GSRP program for 5 years data is complete. K-5 restructuring costs is still being worked out. Security contract officers, as it got mentioned earlier, I believe Wayne, Chuck, and I are going to interview 3 of the 4, or 3 of the 5?
2 of the 5.
Only 2 of the 5, I apologize. Board action topics, which Jenny referred to, school of choice was removed for another meeting at another date. Furniture and playground bond is going to be for a vote. First budget amendment for the general fund will be for a vote. There was 1 public comment. That is an error by me. There was 1 public comment about school of choice.
I didn't even get your type up sheet, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well,
Did you turn your homework in?
no. Sue,
Yeah.
I only answer to Sue.
All right.
I don't,
Sorry about that.
Susan,
We didn't
Did
get
I
it in our
get-
packet.
did you get it?
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't turn it in?
I emailed it. I apologize, and I
What's the
will make sure
punishment for
that
late
each of you get a
assignments?
copy. I
I'm
apologize,
just kidding. All right.
but I still only answer to Sue. That's it.
We'll see.
thank you, Ken. I don't think you gave us a total. Does anybody want to accept Ken's treasurer's report?
Nope. Sure don't.
I didn't, Jamie, I'm gonna have to beg now. If there's any,
There's a,
total money for what?
normally we have a total, but it's okay. They can accept your report as you submitted it. It's not, if somebody has a motion to do that.
The one they didn't get?
Somebody has to motion it. I'm not going to motion it.
I'm not gonna motion it.
I can as president. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to.
I'll motion that we accept Ken's report.
There's a motion on the floor by Jenny Walgas,
Support.
support by Andrea Fick, to accept the report as verbally given by Mr. Engel. Any discussion? No discussion? Sue, roll call vote.
Ken Engel?
Absolutely.
Chuck Mauke?
Yes,
Kim Winter?
Yes.
only because I was there, though.
Autumn Henry?
Nope.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
And Jenny Walgus?
Yes.
6 yes.
Motion passes 6-1. We'll move on now to the policy report, policy committee report. Are you ready, or want me to
Oh,
go?
my turn.
It's up to you.
I just want to get it over with.
Go ahead.
All right.
You have the floor.
Maybe I should yeah, okay. We held policy on Monday, 3/16, in the conference room. Present was myself, Chuck, Jenny, Kim, Carrie, Wayne, Dave, and TJ Heck from the public. We called it to order at 4:36 p.m., and I'm going to say this, I can't be doing that. If academic achievement is running over, or if it's running, or if it doesn't happen, I cannot start policy early. I have to find babysitters. I can't do that. So I'm going to need that to start at 5 o'clock, or I'm going to have to switch days and not follow academic achievement. Okay, so the agenda items, and I didn't have an agenda for this one, so I'm just going to, I made up the agenda that we discussed, Neola Policy Series 1000. The discussion started at 4:37. On page 2, the very first policy we were reviewing, there was much discussion on option 1 versus 2. Most agreed that option 1 was to be submitted to the board for approval. And then we had discussion on policy 30, why do I have 3122 if this is the 1000 series? Sorry, there was discussion on obscene gestures, whether to include them as sexual harassment or not. I did have second thought about that one. There was discussion on selecting district compliance officers. And then it ended up being, am I allowed to say who we selected for that, or is that like top secret? Josh Atwood and Teresa Anderson. And then, I mean, this will all get brought to you guys for approval, but basically, we went through a lot of things, and it was gonna be talked about where we were gonna bring these policies to the board to adopt. And I'm just, kind of having an issue with bringing, the 1000s, 2000, and this is just an example. I think the 1000s, 2000s, 3000s, for example, all to the board at once to adopt. I would rather break it up and kind of check these boxes as we go and kind of get board decision on these boxes, because some of these boxes that we check now are going to play into other policies later. So it will just help speed that process along if we can get a, ground to stand on. So, and we don't have to do it tonight, but I think this is technically the first reading, or maybe the second. We talked about it last meeting too, didn't we? But we're not voting on it tonight, but I just am putting that out there, that we kind of come to an agreement or vote or whatever, that this is how we want to proceed with the rest of the policies. So that's about all I have. Oh, there was one other thing. I'm just going to say, when we do this, I'm going to ask that public comment be held until public comment, because there's so much discussion on policy, and because we're replacing all of, I know that some committees allow public comment to happen kind of without, but this one, I'm just going to ask that questions are held until public comment section of policy committee. And that's all I have for real that time.
So clarification, the policy numbers that say 31, 22, et cetera, those should start with a 1 instead?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I got the packet right here. You guys all have the packet.
We don't, so this is not a first.
Yeah, you do have the packet in your board drive. Yeah, so you got 11:30 is where it starts. What at 30, well, I don't even know where I got 31:22. Maybe I was looking at old, yeah.
And send us a message and let us know exactly if those are like
Yeah,
11
I mean-
to.
Okay. I also have the page number and the option that you select, but if you need me to specify, I sure will. But you do have a copy of this on your board drive.
Normally we get a hard copy, that's why I just wondered. Normally we have a hard copy for first reading.
We received it
Andrea,
at
yeah.
policy.
Not to
I mean, at
interrupt,
this meeting.
Jenny and Andrea, this is a whole new policy, so you have thousands of pages. So it's impractical for us to bring that here, I think, right now. So at least we get certain section numbers done, and once we agree on that, then it can be printed out. But
That's fine.
right
Just wanna
now,
make
I'm
sure we're
just
on the
saying,
same
that.
page.
Would you agree with that, Wayne, with all to bring them to everybody?
I recommend what we do is we get through all the 1,000s, we get all the choices we made, then we bring them to the board, and that would be considered the first reading.
Right.
We go through them, and then we'll, after that meeting, we do a second reading, and then we have to adopt them. It should be the process that you follow.
Correct, thank you. And with the sections, it'll alleviate bringing in a book this big, because we'll never get through that. We'll be here for 12 hours. So we're going to have to do them in sections and just, like Wayne said, I think that's the plan.
Yeah.
Okay?
Just to clarify, it's 1422. I looked it up.
1422?
Yep.
Thank you.
And
You got your number.
Sweet, thank you, Jenny.
what is what's spurring the obscene gesture?
Okay, that was one where it was like, do we consider obscene hand gestures as sexual harassment? And at first, I was like, they're adults, maybe that makes sense. But then after reflecting on it, it didn't make that much sense. I mean, because it's, yeah, it can be taken.
Well, the first issue is defining an obscene gesture.
Right.
And then the overtone of how would it relate into sexual harassment?
The 1,000s are policies that relate to what administrators, how you would handle a situation with administrator. If an administrator to another employee provided some type of obscene gesture, could that be considered sexual harassment? Could that be considered harassment? It's not against the students. Since it's a 1,000s, it's all administrators.
Right, but when this was discussed, I went back to, and I don't know how many of you are aware of this, so bear with me. In 1964, the United States Supreme Court heard a case on obscenity, maybe more of, it was more to do with pornography. And Justice Potter Stewart's quote was, "While I can't define it, I know it when I see it." It's become a famous quote throughout the years. I know it when I see it. So my question to that is back to this, is define it if we're going to try to do it. How are you ever going to define this? And then what are you leaving out? What are you putting in? I think what I'm getting at is, you know what an obscene gesture is and what it's something that we deal with as police officers when we investigate CSCs, sexual assaults. If I smack someone on the butt and say good game, it could be a gesture of being friendly at a baseball game, a football game, or whatever. If I smack someone on the butt in a bus and make a rude comment with it, you just went from something that was humorous or a friendly gesture to a 2-year misdemeanor. So again, what is the intent behind it? And if we're going to do that, then you better be able to define it. And I think that's where, when this topic come up, I went right back to the Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart. Is I don't know that we can define it, but you know it when you see it. You know when someone's doing something rude or obnoxious to you. So, if we're gonna put something in there, I don't know how we're gonna define it, is my point. And good luck with that.
That's optional language that you can accept or reject. It's at your choice, and you go from there. If you reject it, you just don't have it in your policy.
Yep. Yeah, there's a whole list of conduct that's considered inappropriate. And so we can either say obscene gestures are part of that list or they are not part of that list. Is all we're deciding in this.
What's the obscene?
But
what's the obscene gesture?
It's going to be in that policy. It's an A, B, C, D choice, and then we'll have to come to consensus, Ken, to which one that we agree on. I mean, we're all going to have different opinions.
But that's what I'm saying, we're gonna have, at this, and this is my
This is
original
for
point,
committee. Let's
if we
move
are
this
gonna
on.
have all these, like, this type of discussion, we're not coming to the board with
Right.
recommended language, like, because
No,
we're not just tweaking policies anymore, we're replacing our entire policy handbook, like, and it's gonna get, I mean, these 25 options are gonna turn into 125 next time, like, and the list is gonna grow and grow, and we are not gonna have time for this type of discussion. And
I suggest you
freaks
go to
me
your
out a
board
little.
documents, pick the ones you want, come to the subcommittee meetings, have that discussion there, and then bring back the recommendations to the board. I think we need to move this on.
Okay.
Hey, you're done with
Well,
your report?
no, I had one other question that I had in subcommittee, and I just didn't know how the board felt about it, about the word not to be progressive discipline. I don't know about that, because I think there should be progressive discipline, so, but I was told that that wasn't one of our options that we could change. But yeah.
Almost everybody has progressive discipline. We'll have to see it, but I'm sure
It-
it's going to be
we-
progressive. We're not going to not have progressive discipline. Usually progressive discipline is only bypassed if it's a major infraction of a rule. If it's a minor, we move it up there. So we can talk about that at committee.
We did, that's why I'm
I
here
was there,
talking
but
about
I
it
know,
now,
I
so, because it was talked about and there was no,
We'll let them get their
So
input, look
I
at the
d-
Google Drive. Me and you
Okay.
were the only ones there.
no, everybody,
Or
yeah,
Kim was there, that's
Kim, Jenny, yeah, we had, Carrie, she was there. So, again,
So
Okay.
it's 1439, and the heading, at least on the cover page, says administrator discipline. So it looks like it's specific to administrators. See how fast I can scroll without going past it.
yeah. I don't know how this got screwed up. Okay. Yeah, the rest, I mean, I just don't want to be talking about the same things every subcommittee meeting, and I would like to get some kind of
Okay.
closure on this, but,
Well, let's not talk about it at the board meeting, I think the nuances of it.
okay, well, I'm done.
Okay.
Oh, the discussion ended at 6:30, no public comment, but there was public comment throughout, and the meeting adjourned at 6:32. Next meeting will be at Monday, 4/20 at 5 PM, and the plan is to review and discuss enroll policy series 1000.
Okay, thank you. Jenny, if you want to bring that up at committee comment when you find it, we're going to move on, okay? While you're looking at it. All right. Next committee report is finance, policy, of myself, operations. Meeting was called at 6:21 PM. We were at the administration building. Wayne was present, Gary Jermaine, Bill Loader, Michelle Paul, Arshlee, Jamie Cohen, Jenny Walgast, Ken Engel part of it, Dave Simonson part of it, and Andrew Wilson was there to the bitter end. We stopped at about 6:45. First agenda item, the ecosystem group that can no longer service Swartz Creek schools. They test our water due to staff shortages. So Bill Loader, our maintenance director, has reached out to 3 other companies, SMA, Aquatest, and ARC Environmental. Only ARC has responded with a quote for service, and for some reason, I don't have that quote in here, but if they're the only ones, I guess we'll have to go with them, but we'll worry about that when it comes in. Wolverine Power System has completed our generator maintenance on all our district generators, and they're all in good working condition. They passed. A fire hydrant was accidentally hit at the middle school, which caused about $8,500 in damage. Bill's getting that replaced along with bollards put alongside it so it can't be hit again. The water's being turned on at the football stadium, is already on at the ball field. And the middle school gravel drive is going to be great. It's going to cost about $500. And once again this year, the bus inspections passed. The state test, the state police come in. There was 24 buses that we own. They all passed with flying colors. And the workers over there get a little bonus for it, so I want to congratulate them. Last year they did the same thing, but one tire was low on air, so we still gave them the bonus. So they did a great job, our maintenance staff. Any questions there so far? Mary Crapo. The ballpark is wrapped up except for just a couple more punch items. The railings are completed, the kitchen equipment was in, that was waiting last week. The PA system is still waiting, that's not installed yet. And we talked about at the building committee, I asked Bill to get a price on a sign for the back of the scoreboard, because when you drive down Miller Road, you see all the ugly wires and all that. And I think they want between $4 or $5 grand to put in a big, huge dragon on the back, so it finishes it up. We've got a nice baseball diamond, but that kind of looks crappy facing the road. So we'll talk some more about that in committee, and I'll bring it to the board for a final vote. Or it may just be included in, if we have enough money left over, in the budget for the ball diamond. It wasn't a lot of money. It was between $4,500 and $5 grand, okay? Other than that, at Mary Crapo, we had the grand opening. I want to thank Sue Gould, Cindy Marsh, Michelle Corbett, anybody that I forgot to mention, thank you very much. It was a nice event. Wayne did a wonderful job. There was a lot of alumni there, and it turned out very nice, and we were very fortunate to have nice weather in the middle of March. It was like 61-degree day, 62-degree day. Kids had a great time, staff had a great time, and I know a lot of people volunteered. So once again, shout out to the staff that helped us at Mary Crapo. The Gaines kitchen update's done. They will be able to install a kitchen, a fully functional kitchen out there, because they just kind of have a half kitchen, and there will be no electrical system upgrades for that. Won't cost us any money except for the equipment that they'll be taking out of the food budget. K-5 reconfiguration, once again, Powell relocating companies doing the walkthroughs. They've already started meeting with some of the staff people, principals at the elementaries they're going to meet with. They met with high school, middle school, and they went through the procedures for labeling to make a smooth transition for when the high school, middle school has to move. And they're going to meet some more with the elementary employees to make sure that all their stuff gets to the right building this time around, and they get to the right classroom. Bill also met with Sinclair. It was a concern of mine and Ken's, and I'm sure other board members, but me and Ken asked him to make sure all the equipment was safe. He's purchasing 6 new pieces of playground items and relocating throughout the district. They're going to relocate 8 pieces to balance out the elementaries, and 5 pieces will be repaired. Some of the pieces were too close together. I don't know why, so they're going to make those all compliant with state standards. There was really no public comment. The committee talked about the plaque again. The plaque is where some individuals would like plaques placed on the dugouts. Excuse me. Myself, Dave Simonson, and Michelle Paul are going to work out a policy where we put up a sign near the clubhouse or the ball diamond, so there's criteria set. So if we put a plaque up, there's some type of criteria. Instead of just somebody donating money or somebody wanting a plaque up, it'll be for distinguished alumni, players, and people that have contributed heavily to the ball diamond. And I think we're going to do that to all the buildings and the football diamond. And I don't know how much money that's going to cost, but I'll bring that back to you. But it's not much. We're going to put up a 4x8 with a nice board on it and put it on one of the dugouts and just put out individual plaques instead of just putting plaques throughout the buildings. Bill, he also finished up the ADs. So in every building, I'm sure, I might have misspeak myself here, every building, admin, VLC, they all have all new AEDs, and we're compliant. I think we have about 26 AEDs total. So they're all new and throughout the school, and he would like permission to gut one of the old buses and not sell it, and use it for storage and transport of miscellaneous items to the different schools. He has a trailer currently that he has items that he takes to. He said it'd be much easier for storage, just keeping them in the bus and then transport, just driving the bus to the school. Was I right on that?
No, it's actually the opposite way. So he's been using the bus as storage, but he has to use registration and pay, maintain the
He
engine
wants a
on it.
trailer?
So he wants a trailer
you
instead.
sure?
Yes. Yeah, he wanted the trailer, that way he could.
Okay, me and Wayne are
find
saying
it.
no, and you two are saying yes. Okay.
Okay.
The women win.
We'll go back to it.
No, the women win. I could have swore he said just the opposite. He wanted to get rid of the trailer.
No, he doesn't have a trailer. He wanted to buy a trailer. That's why I asked him how much the trailer would cost, and
Okay.
he didn't know how much the trailer exactly.
All right, well, I'm totally,
He said that he wanted to sell the bus and buy a trailer.
okay. Boy, that's dyslexia at its heat. So, okay, so I guess the two old white guys are gonna have to bow out, and the young ladies have figured it out, because I could have swore it was the opposite way around. Ken, you left.
I left because I knew the women were right.
Yeah, okay. Well, I apologize, and if I misspoke myself, maybe I mistyped it, I'm not gonna make any
Bill can clarify for
excuses.
us,
Okay.
yep.
So either we're getting rid of the bus and buying a trailer, or we're getting rid of the trailer and buying, and keeping an old bus. Is that safe to say? All right. That would be the end of my report, thank God. And the next committee meeting will be April 20th at 2 p.m. till whenever. The meetings always start at 2, starting with bond, and then goes to finance, then goes to operations. So we can't give you a specific time. They start at 2 and go to sometimes 7. Any questions of my report, except my fraudulent slip on the buses? Nothing else? Okay, we'll move on. Board discussion items, AYSO soccer. Discussion, who's going to lead that?
Tend when I touch things, I tend to break them, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Amanda Moore Tesserero. I'm the Assistant Regional Commissioner for AYSO Region 512. And what you guys have before you, which I hope you all got a copy of previously, is our proposal. This is something that we have set up and worked through with Adrian already. And sorry. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to hit some of the highlighted sections here. Our backstory is that we are currently, hi buddy, this is Salvatore, this is my kid. We are currently playing at a set of fields that used to be Carmen Answorth's fields out on Linden Road, and those fields are owned by Racer Trust. Racer Trust was approached by an AC solar power company, and they, to fulfill the agreements of their trust, have sold those fields to that power company, which is good for them. That's what they're supposed to do business-wise. So unfortunately, that puts us out of having a permanent home, and what we want to do is to come back to Creek. We used to be in Creek previously. We've played at various locations around here, but what we want to build is a partnership with the school and with our athletic department and with both of our soccer teams, so that way we can kind of create that pipeline from little kids to big kids, and really create that community partner. So that's kind of the brief overview of what we have here. Some other organizational background things. AYSO nationally is the largest soccer organization that there is in the country. And they have kids anywhere from 3 years old all the way up through adults. They have an EPIC program that is for children with disabilities. And then they also do have a travel program, which we're trying to get in our area as an area whole. For us here as AYSO Region 512, this is actually our 40th year in service. So we're super excited. We think it would mesh well with the campaign to bring everything back here. We currently serve about 300 plus kids. Over 65% of those are addressed here in Schwartz Creek. We do have other kids that play with us that are school of choice kids here, so we're touching a very large percentage of our student population, which is another reason why we'd like to bring it back here. Moving on here, we already talked about the purpose and the need for relocation. Our current proposed site that we walked through with Adrian, we looked at various sites, both at the high school and the middle school, and what you see up on the screen there is where we're proposing our sites go. The 15 U field already exists, that's Nelson Field, so there would just be some scheduling things that needed to be worked out there. You can see beside the tennis courts, there's 4 small fields. Those would be our 8U, 6U kids. Those are our little kids. They play 4 versus 4. And then back behind the ball field, there would be, depending on grading of land and all the things, at least 3 fields back there. If we can squeeze a 4th one in, we're going to do that. We do understand that there is a current field back there that I believe the football team uses. We understand that they get priority scheduling for that when their season is in. So that's what our proposed field site looks like for us. Let's see here. Some other things that we would be putting in place, we're going to need a couple of storage buildings that we would locate near these fields so we can store things like our flags or equipment and things that they may need for practices. But we're talking like smaller sheds, not like big, huge pole barns. And we would like to revamp the concession stand that is already at Nelson Field, so that way that can be available not only for us to sell concessions, but if any other athletic team is going to be using the fields, they can use it for their purposes as well. Let's see, and then we have super, super long-term goals that go along with that, which would be things like putting in nice, usable restrooms, because everybody loves porta potties, right? So we do have long-term goals that are in place for like our 20-25-year plan based on funding that can be raised and all of those things. All right, moving on. So our fields primarily would be grass unless we get a good sponsor that would like to input a turf field. We'll take a turf field, but we'll start with grass. And we are going to reach out to licensed and insured contractors to ensure that all things are done based on policy, environmental policy, and everything's good there. And as far as our field equipment goes, we already have a bunch of goals and things like that we're going to bring with us. And those goals are super expensive, and that's on us. We'll move them, we'll bring them here, and then they'll be for usage at the facilities. And okay, risk management, we already do all of those things. The biggest thing I want to highlight on here is that all of our volunteers, our adult volunteers, are all certified and background checked. We do have some youth volunteers that are referees, and we can't background check youth. So, but they all are certified, background checked, so we know they're good to be around the kids, right? For as far as insurance and liability, National already pays for our insurance, so we'd be able to provide you guys with a certificate of insurance every year. So that's an easy check the box one. For maintenance and upkeep, our goal is just to be a good neighbor. So we're going to paint our own fields. We're going to make sure we clean up after our people and police our people if they don't clean up after themselves. Because we want to make sure that our environment and the school environment is staying nice and clean and presentable to the public. For scheduling and shared usages, typically what we have Monday through Friday, we have our practices, and they're anywhere from 1 to 2 practices a week, just depending on the size or the division, of the team. They're typically starting 5:30-ish and run through about 8 p.m. And then our games are on the weekends, mostly on Saturdays. We do, especially in the spring season, because it's a more compact season, we do occasionally have games on Sundays. So that's for that part of it. And then our season in the fall runs through about the middle of August through usually the end of October. Sometimes it flows over into that first weekend in November, just depending on how the calendar's falling. And then our spring season starts about mid-April and runs through June. We like to have everything wrapped up by the time school is done and out of session because everybody wants to go on vacation. Okay, traffic and parking. So this is a big one for us. Right now, where we currently are at, we have about 200 parking spaces, but we try to be mindful not even to maximize that. We try to space out our practices and our games, which is the same thing that we would do here to minimize parking impacts because we don't want people parking on roadways or blocking access to the VLC because we know that that is a potential impact that they could have. So we're very mindful of the other environments going on around us to ensure that parking is all well and fine. We'll be go ahead and purchasing signage and whatnot, and believe me, if you park in the wrong spot, we will publicly shame you on Facebook. So we have no problems doing that and addressing the situations exactly as immediately as they come up when it comes to the parking. For number 11, the noise, lighting, and community impact, we do not play in the dark. We don't have any lighting systems. Maybe that can be a long-term goal for us, but not right now. And we don't have any sound projection systems either, so it's just your normal game day environment that you have. We have parents cheering for kids and the kids yelling at each other, but you know, it's all in good name and fun. Again, security and facility protection, we already touched base on that. We have all of our AYSO adult volunteers background checked, and they are present at each AYSO sanctioned event. Likewise, AYSO does have a policy that no animals are allowed on premises at our games, which I believe aligns with the boards. Obviously, our exception to that is service animals, and our coaches are educated on the 2 questions that they are allowed to ask folks with service animals. So we're respectful of that aspect of things. For financial responsibilities, AYSO is going to be responsible for all of the costs that it comes to leveling the fields and making them playable surfaces. Right now, if you've walked out there, they're a little hilly and they draft downhill towards the creek, as they should. But we need to make them a little more flat so that way the students can have a good place to play and they're not going to be out there hurting themselves. Operational and maintenance costs, again, also assumed by AYSO. So for the most part for the school, there is absolutely no financial burden to gain from this. It's only us being able to use the space, the green space. And for us, our primary thought here is that we're investing in our schools and we're investing in our community. And so when we are not using those facilities, they are there for other teams and other folks to use. So for us, we see it as a win-win across the board, which already covers the benefits to the school. And I think that was about it. And then, of course, you have a bunch of appendices there and everything to look at. So my question is, what questions do you have? I know that was a lot of information sped right at you, so.
Does anybody from the board, Tom did a good presentation at our subcommittee meeting.
Yes.
So a lot of us were there ahead of things, so Carrie, you can have the floor.
Sure. Amanda, great presentation.
Thank you,
Great
ma'am.
summary in a very short period of time.
Trying to make it
That was a lot. I just want to mention, I am very much in favor of this. It's, all 4 of my kids were in AYSO, and it's a great program for kids to learn sportsmanship.
Yes.
And work.
Yeah,
Now they're taking their own kids.
Right,
Not
right.
here, but in other cities, and
Yes.
so I would be very much in favor of supporting it. And I do know that you're doing fundraising.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
have a goal of about $30,000.
Initially to start. That's for the fields. We have larger goals to get some other things in place, just some like equipment and things that we need replaced. and
That's a
whatnot.
that's a plug for you
Yes.
guys.
Thanks.
So sorry that you're losing your fields, but not sorry that you're coming back to Swartz Creek.
We have no problems with that.
I'll co-sign this, what Carrie's had to say. My kids also played and I also coached. One thing that maybe you and Adrian can get with, just in case.
Yeah.
Maybe some kind of access in case of emergency weather to the middle school. Whatever you guys work out will be fine, but,
Have a plan in place.
yep,
I gotcha.
obviously there's a gymnasium right there.
Sure.
And so that would be my only other comment. And I'm too glad you're coming back.
Okay, perfect.
I have a question. You know, and maybe you don't. Why AYSO left the district in the first place?
We were actually, so Carmen Answorth was its own independent region, and they folded because they unfortunately did not have the players to continue. And National actually offered us that field spot because otherwise nobody else was going to use it. And at the time, we were playing at a church here, and so that space offered us a much larger space to open it up, and so that's why we moved there. And we absorbed some of the Carmen Answorth kids as well.
Okay. Well, I meant the original move from the district out to the church, and it.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
That's well back before
Yeah,
my time.
yeah. That was one question, and the other one is, as you have these long-term goals, like, I mean, I don't know how this works, so I'm asking genuinely. When we agree to lease, or I don't know what this is.
Right, whatever it looks like, right?
Yeah, for you to use the land. When you are talking about upgrading to things like turf and sound systems maybe, or things like that, like, do we reconvene and say, or like, because I feel like originally, yes, we could agree to let you use the land as is, or, you know, if you gotta level it out or whatever you gotta do. But as
improvements come.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
I think in my
I feel like
opinion, the way I see it going is us coming up with the funds, the ideas, right? Us working with the athletic department, and if we need to bring it back to the board, especially for larger things, you know, like lighting and things like that, because that's going to be a huge community impact, right? Those kind of things, I would totally be able and willing to bring everything back to the board, just to make sure we're all on the same page, because I think that's how we worked best as community partners.
Yeah, I would just like to see something in there that says any modifications made to the current, and I get.
To this plan,
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, when we approved it the first time, I would approve that you guys could level it or whatever.
Yeah,
But, just, yeah, going for, just kind of on a renewal basis, kind of like that, I guess.
Of course, yeah, we can definitely add that in there, no problem.
I don't have a problem with any of this, but our attorneys need to review this before we vote on it. I don't think it's smart for us to do this. I'm not being a sore sport. My kids play AYSO at the church at Miller and Seymour.
Yep.
So I think that in fairness to the district and to protect
course.
the district, we need to have the attorney look at it, especially if there's changes in land and this and that, so we don't incur any liability.
Of course.
And then the contract, I mean, we're good. The gentleman did a great presentation at the building and subcommittee meeting. I think we're all in favor, but some of this stuff is above at least my pay grade.
Yes.
I've already made one mistake today. I don't want to make two. So I think that once it gets set, now, Wayne, can you get that done, or Sue, send the contract, and then the proposed contract, and we'll set it to him and have it back there, because I think Tom just wanted, and you want a conceptual agreement that we're going to move forward, so you guys don't start.
Correct. We want to be able to fundraise and be like, we're moving, and this is where we're going. And of course, obviously, legal changes need to happen, then they'll happen.
What's the board's feelings on what I just said?
Yep.
Is that okay, Ken? Andrea, everybody good? All right, how much of a time frame are you in?
A short one.
Well,
To answer your question more fully, we are allowed to play at our current location through our fall season.
Oh, good.
But next spring, we
you
will
already-
not have a playable
okay.
place. And I understand the construction things that have to go on,
Right,
whatnot.
and we have a lot of construction going on with
Correct.
our bond proposals. So I suggest as we send it to the attorney ASAP, at our next April meeting, we'll probably have an answer for you.
Okay.
And that'll give you guys some comfort, so you know where you're going, because I want you here too.
Okay.
So is that okay for the board? We'll just talk about it next month, once we send it to the attorney. Is that cool, Wayne?
But I do hear support.
Yeah.
Well-
Yeah, I would say that
They-
you have the support, we just need all the
We need the sign
I's
off.
dotted and the T's crossed.
Yeah, which we totally understand. And if anything comes up in the interim, definitely feel free to reach out to myself or either our regional commissioner, and we'll work through all those.
Yeah, you have 16 term of renewal, and I'm reading that, and it doesn't, it says the athletic department reviews it, being maintained renewal process, so there's not a term on the contract. What?
I think the initial term that is on there is 3 years. 3 to 5. Thank you, Adrian.
Yeah, 3, okay. So the board will have to renew it, yeah, just in case something happens that, yeah, okay.
I think it's good to
There's
get
a
sign off
conflict.
on everyone, just so again,
Oh, yeah, you guys need-
we stay on the same page.
And it says 16 to 18, was there a 17 addendum, or no? Or maybe that was just a typo.
I don't
I do
know.
it all the time, too. I'm dyslexic.
Right?
as you can
I'm like,
see.
I was a little late last night, so.
Okay, no, that's fine. We're
When I
good.
was looking
All
at
right.
it.
Well, I guess the consensus of the board is that once we get it to the attorney, we'll be good. Thank you for your
Okay.
presentation.
No worries. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is budget amendment presentation.
Could, I do not. You're fine. Oh, excuse me.
You're good.
Jamie, you almost got to go. Make sure I have that.
I have nowhere else to put it.
You said something about two white guys. I was like, yeah, you're right. Dude, I was on the scene, I just threw a pound box of roofing. Oops, I'm sorry. Hey, I'll say sir when you're talking to him.
She's ready. I think so. Is this even on?
Hello, hello.
No, man, I don't roll. That was funny. I don't answer you. All right, Jamie, just remember one thing.
Keep it simple.
No, we're all counting on you.
Hey, I appreciate that. All the props.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's more than obvious. I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. I really did email that. I wonder why it didn't go through.
Well, if you get the volume of emails, I can only imagine how things might slip by.
Well, I think Sue might have been having a senior moment and didn't get my email.
Let's replay the tape.
Travis, you ready? Okay, we'll go back into session. It is 7:58 p.m. We took a unannounced 10-minute break, so sorry about that. You can go ahead, Miss Jamie.
Thank you. Good evening. I am here to share with you budget updates, which is basically, here's the agenda. We're going to go through very quickly, but comprehensively, 7 budgets. We're going to adopt debt service and 3 capital projects for the first time, and we're going to amend food service, student activity, which are school service, and our operating general fund account. Those are mandatorily required to be adopted before we start school. This is just our opportunity to update that information. So, the way that I like to start is, first I'm going to do with debt service and then capital projects, the new information. I like to share where we were as a reference point and then share where we are. Comparability is very helpful. So debt service, which is Fund 31, just as what it sounds, it's the money we collect from tax levy to pay for the debt that we take on at the district. Those are our audited results. You can see in the yellow, ending fund balance audited just north of $2.7 million. The original budget that I put together includes property tax collections of $3.8 million, state PPT tax revenue of just under $8,000, federal dollars of $28,000. What that is, you may wonder, that is actually an interest subsidy that we received on the 2011 PAC loan. And the transfer in comes from sinking fund to service that same loan, the 2011 PAC. Total revenue just north of $5 million. Total expenditures, basically principal and interest on the 3 debt vehicles that we have, and fees. We started off with $2.7 million in the fund, and with that plan and those debt obligations, we're going to end at just north of $2 million. The 3 funds that we have is, as I mentioned, the 2011 PAC. That fund, which is red on this future projection, that was fully serviced, paid in full in November. Yay! Mortgage burning. Okay. The next 2 is the 2018 bond, which is the fuchsia color that you see, and the 2025 Series 1 that we just started. That's going to be the blue, starting off very quickly in 2029. That is principal only. All of this with the same 3.9 millage that we promised and advertised to the taxpayers to service this debt. So no increase in millage, just working with the millage that we had. It is also worth noting, feather in our cap, that we do not borrow to service our debt. We plan with the dollars that we collect to service the money that we pay, which was the visual I just shared with you. Per the annual report for 2024, you can see that of the 537 local educational agencies, 389 of them have qualified bonding debt. They go out for bonds. It's a very normal, necessary function for schools to build and enhance their facilities. Of that group, 111 of them are using the school bond loan fund to service their debt because they asked for more than they had the ability to burden the taxpayers with. It's a timing difference, but at the end of the day, we didn't need to do that. Let's move on to capital projects. So we borrow the money. This is what we do with the money. We have 3 capital projects funds. The first one being Fund 41, Public Improvement Fund. Again, starting off with audit results, just north of $2 million. The budget that I want to highlight, local revenue, $10,000, interest. Sale of assets. Any time that the Public Improvement Fund, the way that I have it structured, is that it will service future buses and vehicles that we need to purchase to operate and maintain our facilities. So when we sell a bus, the money goes right here to pay for the next bus. Transfer in is the 22L money that we started getting 2 years ago from the state of Michigan for transportation. What do we need transportation money for? It's new money. We need to buy new buses. So again, put it in the Public Improvement Fund, the money for the purpose it was given to continue the purpose that we need to service. So we expect to take in just south of 400,000 in revenue, and total expenditures could be as much as 2.4. That is set that way to give us the ability to spend all the money that we have in that fund. We do not plan to do that. It is also worth sharing what type of projects do we do other than replace buses and vehicles. And I will share with you the same visual I put together last time. 2025, just as a reference point, we bought 3 buses, no vehicles, minor equipment repair, like for example, a backhoe was one that was in conversation, and then projects. Some of the projects include Mary Crapo Park, Phase 1, which we all know how stellar that is. The concession equipment was all purchased from this public improvement, the sound system, and so forth. Some of those funds started trickling out in 2025. The rest of them are going to trickle in 2026 because, as Chuck mentioned, it's open. It's closing up and wrapping up. But we still have needs to replenish our bus fleet year after year. Let's move forward to sinking fund, another capital project fund, distinctly different. Audit results shown there on the left, 2.4 million, but the budget is what we're here to talk about. Local property taxes specifically raised by the taxpayer millage that we were blessed with having, a 20-year sinking fund. State personal property tax pilot funds that come back to us, that's fairly new. Last year, I think, was the first year, and we're estimating about 25,000. Total revenue, 1.8 million. Expenditures, again, the maximum ability just to make the fund most agile. So we have the ability to spend everything we need. I just mentioned the things that are scheduled, again, buses, vehicles, Mayor Crapo Phase 1. The big one, the new bond, 2025, Fund 44. Column to the left, it just came into our books. So you'll see the beginning fund balance, there was 0. So that's first fund was opened last year when we sold the bonds. So we've already earned interest, 441 last year, and then the bond proceeds. Series 1 only, just under 35,000. Our expenditures were very minimal because that was the year we were just taking care of the setup. We didn't do any of the work until this year. The original budget now projecting going forward, not specific, but I know we're still going to make some good money off of that draw. So 112,000 for interest income, and total expenditures is the capacity of Series 1. It will not all take place this year, but for simplicity's sake. This was one of the charts that was mentioned in Jenny's bond recap. It is a monthly addition to the bond recap that's on the bond page. We're very proud of it. This visual tries to tell the reader many things. So every one of our locations is listed on the access, and basically the blue is the size of the project that was allocated to that building for Series 1. Gray is indicating how much has been let, how much work has been let and the percentage of that. And the orange is how much has been paid to date on that work. So it's kind of a good visual to just see where's the progress, where's the activity. And if everybody kind of recalls, we had the Cage parking lot. So that's the one that has a lot of work. That's almost entirely what we had done at the Cage. So by the time the bills come and get finalized, that'll be the extent of that. Middle school and high school and DEEC are all started with the drawings. The bids have been let. All that work is going to commence very soon after school gets out, if not slightly before, after hours, second shift, weekends, things of that nature, so on and so forth. Now let's move through the other budgets that I mentioned that are mandatory. First one being food service. This one I'm changing it up on you ever so slightly. My comparison point here is not the audit, although you have the beginning audited fund balance to see. It's more what was our preliminary budget and what is our amended budget. So you can see not much has changed with food service. There was a slight adjustment for about $15,000 in expenditures. That was due to utilization of commodity funds, a minor tweak that Tony and I made to the budget. So the original budget, not knowing where we were going to end with the audit, was very conservatively set to be 21%. Now that we know the audited figure, we began at $915,000. With the same budget information, slightly adjusted with that $15,000 as I mentioned, we have a very healthy fund balance expectation for food service. Often the question is, do you have excess fund balance? Because food service cannot get too big, otherwise it has to spend down. We want it to bolster a little bit because we know this summer we're going to be putting some dollars into Gaines Kitchen. And because it's to the kitchen only, food service can pay for it. So an intentional plan, but that will fall into fiscal 26-27 where those expenditures actually hit. Student activity fund, this one's just a little unique from all the others. Same dance as before. In the beginning, it was just a preliminary marker. We didn't really know what our beginning fund balance was, but the idea was we were going to spend about $250,000 with all the activities. We know a little bit better now. Obviously, the audited beginning balance is $883,000. I'm showing basically the same thing, but at the end of the day, I'm giving them full authority to spend what they raise, their own piece of the pie, with the exception of residual funds that we know are still going to be in the coffers at the end of the year. If you all recall, a couple years back, we had the O'Brien Scholarship that we were granted, and that was over $500,000. So that right there almost answers that question entirely. Some of the smaller ones, albeit beneficial and annual givers, are going to have a few dollars left as well. Now for the fun part, the operating account, our main account. So this one I'm going to go through with a little bit of different information, same format as before. First we're going to talk about revenue and then we're going to talk about expense. So just to make it quick and painless, what you have is your original preliminary budget. Again, I just want to remind you that we didn't know what our state budget was. We didn't know how many students we were going to have, and it had to be done by June 30. So there's a little bit of mystery. And when I say a little bit, I'm being facetious. So here we are with the gray column, and here's where I see us to be today. The pie representation is always helpful information, and I will share with you that from the last time, a year ago, federal was at 7% and the state was at 77. So it's more about our reliance on the state budget is getting greater as our federal revenues are shrinking. And we've all probably heard some conversation about that with the administration's, federal administration's, efforts to eliminate certain departments as redundant and peel back some of the federal funding that we're seeing. We're seeing we're going to be flat, at least for the next year, but who knows? So now I just kind of want to for educational purposes, because that's what we do. Drill down a little bit on a higher level for some of those topics. Local taxes on its own is only 14% of our budget. Those are just 3 years, just a comparison, but property taxes on the whole continue to be generous and increase year after year. State aid, I mentioned that for a reason. This is the biggest piece of the conversation. It's certainly the most complex. It's how we do what we do. 79% of our dollars come from the state. 2 boxes, I know it's tiny, but just to kind of layer some understanding of how complex or why it swings or why we don't know, that first box is the type of things that are baked into a state aid payment. We have, I call it UAL, which is really things around offsetting our pension program. UAL is really just one element, and that stands for, I have to look at my notes, unfunded actuarial accrued liability. It's just a fancy term to say our pension program for school employees is not fully funded. If everybody were to cash out today, there wouldn't be enough. But that's not a problem, that's somewhat normal, and the state is doing what they can do to fix that problem over time. The pension, or OPEB part, where you have health care coverage in retirement, that's fully funded. But the pension check, where you get the living wage, that is underfunded. The other thing we get from the state aid is categorical grants. Lots and lots and lots of categorical grants. We love them. They're a double-edged sword. Each one comes with a different set of rules, and you have to spend new money. Okay, it's money, but it's restricted money for a new task. Revenue equals expense. So, and look at that number, 1.9 million since last we talked in June. That's amazing. And please understand, that's not all of it. That doesn't have 31 AA, which is 1.2. Because I was finalizing these numbers before that. I feel like that was a box elder book. It was. Okay. Now I've got the heebie-jeebies. Okay, so the foundation, just the piece that is that multiplier that says you get X dollars, 10,050 this year per FTE, which is full-time equivalent student, that little multiplier changed by 412. That's a lot, but it's not a lot. It's still a change. It's a very dynamic environment. And lastly, we do get funding specifically for special ed. Very minor, almost neutral. So that was the top box that I wanted to share with you, just to deepen understanding. Yes, Jenny?
Sorry, this thought came to me. The previous slide where you're showing the property tax, so are we taking into consideration the lack of homes in a part of our district? Have we adjusted that down in any way to account for the homes that are no longer present? I don't know if that's Mundy or where they all fall.
Not in this budget.
Okay.
But that definitely would be an adjustment calculation impact for 2027.
Okay.
Can we add an exterminator to
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Oh. I thought that was my second job. Okay. Great question. Absolutely great question. And there's a little bit of a timing lag with when those pieces impact. So definitely you'll probably see more in the 2027 budget build expectation.
Also, if the money shifts out of us, it goes to state aid, more state aid.
Very valid. The concept of losing property tax, just to go back to Jenny's question, is one to be calculated. But the equation for how schools in Michigan are funded is make whole. So at the end of the day, we're either getting the dollar locally from property taxes or from the state. Okay? So it doesn't net impact us as a loss. It just changes where the dollar came from. Very valid. So state aid, again, the more we are relying on state aid, the more it is important to understand why is it so dynamic and so forth. When we talk, the bottom grid is just talking about the pension plan. And this is a refresher slide that I've shared, at least in finance, at least once. Even that has layers of complexity buried inside of it. They are not all the same. Just for simplicity's sake, some of them are recurring. That first bucket, we get that money every year. However, last year compared to this year, we got $490,000 less. So recurring, but not the same size or amount. The second one is a timing difference. We all heard about that 3% give back to the employees, pass through, because the rate's going to go down. That's a bit of a timing difference, but that was $831,000 reduction. So it may be a timing difference, but we have to account for it, plan for it, and still have the cash to cover it, which we do. Pass through, so first bugs, now ghosts. The pass-through bill, many of you have heard this. I give credit again to the state for being very proactive and involved in trying to balance our pension so it's fully funded and everybody feels really good about it and the costs are manageable for the schools and the employees. Basically, that one's a pass-through. They give us the money and then we write a check on the back end. So the fact that that was $373,000 difference really doesn't matter. It's just a fact in the calculation. And that 3%, as I mentioned, we just got the money from the state for them to stop collecting it from the employees, and we had to pass it through. That will go away next year. We won't even talk about it anymore. However, if we're not collecting it from the employees and costs still go up, healthcare, then there's still a degree of burden passed on to the districts. Enough about state aid. Federal funding, again, was 7% concentration of our budget revenue. Now it's only 5%. I give you these two visuals just to share. Most of those are recurring. Doesn't mean the amount is the same. A lot of factors at play happening at the federal level. We're just going to keep our eye on it. I will tell you the recap of that same information. Two of the top ones are capital outlay. So they had nothing directly to do with education in the classroom. The E-rate USF was Wi-Fi and wiring. Great opportunity. We got 60%. The other 40% we put into a grant, so that one was beautiful. Thank you, Travis. And First Filter is a grant which I think everybody's heard of about water filtrations and whatnot. So very small, but hey, we don't leave anything on the table if we can avoid it. So that's something that Bill Loader is taking care of. Those are going to probably go away. They cycle, or they're, they just pop up. I want to kind of do a quick summary of expenditures. And as I highlighted, the degree of changes in our revenue being grants, state specifically 1.9, federal being 12,000, just putting those two things together almost entirely explains the change in expenditure. So when you move the revenue up on a grant, you have to increase likewise dollar for dollar on the expenditure side. We also, at the same time of year from preliminary to now, we have lane changes, steps. Minimum wage went up. Let's see, what else happened? Healthcare costs go up annually. January 1st, open enrollment. People decide, I had a kid, I'm a full family, blah, blah, blah. So all those things happen simultaneously to the grant changes. And not to pile on and say how exciting my job is, but also utility prices. We all know what we're seeing at the pump. So that happens in our consumer's bill, that happens at gassing up our car. So constantly evaluating utilities, fuel prices. We've had increases in legal, superintendent search. Welcome, Ken. Occasionally severance. That's not a predictable thing. It's actuarial. We don't know how many people are going to leave, and generally the people who are retirement age leave, and they have sick payout that has a value to them, so we have to cash that out. And last but not least, tuition. Annually, I have to adjust my prediction of how much we are going to pay for tuition, gladly, of course, because it's for dual enrollment and early middle college programs. So very exciting, but we've had to see an increase. So again, exciting. Most of the concentration of effort, as you can see, 50% of our costs right off the bat are student center. It's in the classroom or supporting the classroom, whether it be the teacher or the pupils, and that's the right side of that pie. That remains. Just big picture recap of all that I've said about general fund. The original budget, when we didn't know what was going on, we didn't know what our final audit was, much better than expected. Worst case scenario, 18%. New calculation with all the figures I just told you, fund balance predicted at to remain at 25%. I love this slide because I think it tells the whole story, and that story includes the hard work that you guys do every single day supporting the district and making hard decisions, especially when needed. We've been looking really good recently with the savings and fiscally responsible decisions. It wasn't always the case. Board policy 3202 says 10%. That's as low as you will allow the district to go. MSBO says it should be 20% as best practice. These are volatile times. We don't know what will happen, and we have seen, certainly in my career, take-backs from the state, no increase from the state. And the no increase was last year. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Jamie.
Anyone else? Okay, we'll move on to, yeah, we got the Morris Elementary. I think we only have one more under that, then the other one goes on board action items. So go ahead, you put it on the action items. Or I'm sorry, discussion. I apologize.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna pull up my email here, hang on. Okay. I emailed Mr. Ross Messler, or I think that, Tyler, about the demolitions happening around Morris Elementary, and just asked that those be done outside of operating hours, I mean, at the very least, while kids are not outside on the playground. To which I got a response that they do everything on the up and up, you know, but they don't want to basically agree to anything. And then asked for a meeting, but I don't really need a meeting with him. I was just asking him over email if he could avoid kicking dust, tearing down houses near the school while the kids are outside, while the kids are in session. I don't want disruption to learning. And, I mean, that was pretty much it. I told him he could meet tonight at the board meeting, because I'm sure if I have a question, I'm not sure if you guys have questions or not, but I just thought that would be fair if we could all ask questions at an open board meeting. But I don't think that was taken seriously, so I mean, I don't know if anybody else has heard from him or how you guys feel about the Morris thing, and I was maybe gonna propose to write a letter and send it to them and to Monday, like just a copy of it, and just let them know that we would appreciate it if they could keep it down while we're in session on school days. If that inconveniences them, I'm sorry, but it's not intended to, it's intended to protect the kids, so.
Any further board discussion on it?
Wayne, have they been in contact with you on demo days?
I did talk to them after the March 2nd piece. Him and I had a conversation. Matter of fact, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was with the other company, came in and even seen me on Friday. I told him that we needed to look at not having any demo taking place around the school when school was in session. They said they would do everything they could to take care of that. Mr. Rassmiller has asked to have a meeting with me and somebody else on the board just to give us the schedule of when they're going to have demo. And I'll reiterate to them if we have that meeting. I've reached out to him, I've left a message with him that whenever you're going to have a meeting, any type of demo, I want it not during school time. So hopefully that's where we're at. That was one that I know took place was on March the 2nd, that's correct. And like I said, I heard about it later that day. It was already down. I was told the building was down by 9:30 in the morning. They were taking the building apart and putting it in dumpsters at that point. and go from there. So I'm hoping that we don't have any more of that. But I'll find out what, if their structure, or their demo schedule is.
Yeah, my thing with that is I don't really care what his plan is. What I care about is that it's not disrupting school. Like, that's it. And that the kids can go out on the playground and not have to breathe in the dust from the, like I saw the video online of the street sweeper. They might have had the building down by 9:30, but then they sent a street sweeper out and it's blowing dust all over the playground while we've got kids out there. That's very concerning to me. Like, who's liable? I'll ask it that way. Us. Those kids should not be outside in that. And I also don't like taking away recess, because that's not cool either. Kids need recess, but I'm not okay.
What's the recourse if, well, one, the principal probably, I'm not blaming anybody, but if there was that much dust, she probably should have withheld them for that day. Two is that, what's our legal recourse? Do we send I know you called him or made contact with him. He said he wanted to meet with myself, Autumn, and you to try to work it out. I didn't say you were. I'm just saying that's what was said. And, I mean, what legal recourse do we have? Do you know, should we contact Thrun and ask them that if he continues doing it? And I don't even think there's that many houses left there. Not that that's an issue or not, because it's already happened, so I agree with Autumn, but what's our recourse if he continues doing it?
I think the first thing we do is I need to get a demo thing from him, and if there's something that he's got scheduled at all during the times that we have session, then we need to see what recourse we have at that point.
And that can't be sent over email? Like, that's got to
Well,
be
that's-
in a meeting?
No, I think that's what he said. He's going to ask him what
Okay.
the schedule is. If he schedules demolition and it's not done during school hours, who cleans the equipment afterwards? If it's all over the equipment in the building? I'm just asking.
I don't know, I gave him the dates of when we get out of school, and I also gave him the dates that when we have Easter breaks, so I'm hoping if anything takes place, that takes place during that time.
Has anybody contacted the Monday Township Building Department? Okay, they have some enforcement, and then Monday Township, the code enforcement, or the building department, and then I think there was somebody that was called before on them. Give me the name, Jenny. Oh, is it? Yeah, because I'll mess up. I was going to say, I would have said Hawk, so I'm glad you said Eagle. So maybe we should contact them if there's stuff on there. So that's my only concern. Go ahead, Jenny.
So I definitely have a concern with the air quality. Is there something that we can do proactively to get some air quality monitors around, like, the edges, like the outside borders, just so that we can be monitoring that rather than trusting that they are keeping track of that? I mean, I'd like to eventually be able to charge it back to them, but just rather than trying to fight them for it, can we do something to get some? And again, so I know that there's ones that you can purchase that report back wirelessly what the air quality is, and just say the principal of Moorish needs to be monitoring that, and if it goes above a certain level, that indoor recess needs to be scheduled instead of outdoor recess, just to protect the children. Can we do something like that?
I can look and see what we can do.
Okay.
I can't give you a definite yes, no right now.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm going to have to do some looking, see
Okay.
where I have to go with that.
That's my ask and suggestion.
I think that's a good idea. That's proactive.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Any other
Proactive.
suggestions from the board?
I mean, was that done in writing, Mr. Wright, about emailing him and asking him to do it? Otherwise, I would like a formal letter.
No, it was not done. No, it
Okay.
was not done anything.
I would-
Yeah, I
yeah.
talked to him, and I also talked to another individual there that.
I would like a formal letter sent, just so we have that, a copy of us asking to keep it contained while we've got students out there.
Any other discussion on that item?
I do think that that's a good idea to have some air quality monitors. Would we be looking into the cost of that? Or, I mean, I don't know what these things would even look like, you know?
So I've looked into them just because, just on a personal level, I have asthma. And so you used to be able to go on like Weather Underground or whatever, one of the weather apps, and it would give you the air quality because Michigan used to report that data for Flint. Whatever the reporting stations in Flint that were sponsored by the state of Michigan have all gone dark. If you look at them for what the reporting for the parts per million, the 2.5 whatever size particles, which is what I use to figure out if I could go outside with my asthma or not, those don't report any values anymore. So I've looked into personally getting the particular brand that I saw was Purple Air. They're a couple $100, and they're pretty easy to set up. I mean, obviously we'd need Travis's expertise to get it all going or whatever. But from what I've seen, you can, and they're professional grade, you can set them up to report back. They all network together, so they all work together. It would be, you could put one on each corner of the Moorish property for probably between $1,000 and $1,500. So that's why I suggested it, because it seems like the peace of mind and the ability to monitor that, and again, know what the kids are going outside into, I think would be worth it.
For sure. Okay. So I'm hearing that we have Wayne talk to Bill Loader and Travis and try to get a couple set up, so at least to keep the kids inside, if that group's gonna do that. So they're not exposed. The problem is, what's the punishment? I mean, we don't have any legal right except suing somebody, which we're not gonna do.
We might be able to report them to Eagle.
Okay. All right, I just wanna know,
And that way we would
I wanna know
have
what
concrete
the end
data.
result is that the board wants.
Yeah, we could have concrete data because those track the values, and we can show over time that, hey, you know, these are the values that we're reporting. You know, the far corner furthest away from the construction is this rate, and the corner closest to where you're demoing stuff is this rate. So it's clearly related to the demolition, and again, it would give us more to stand on to Eagle.
Okay.
Wayne, did the principal, after the March 2nd incident, indicate that the playground equipment was dirty?
No, not that I was told any at all. I know Mr. Loader did go over there immediately once we heard it was, that there was doing some demo work over there, and he was over there during the period of time.
Yeah, and maybe we could ask Eagle to do some soil samples or something like that, just to make sure there's nothing like, because if they're just running around on the grass and then they're kicking the stuff up, that's not good either.
Right.
Eagle normally monitors soil and water, I think. I don't know if they do air or not. I'm not sure.
Okay. I guess we have our marching orders. Travis, you were outside the room for a minute, but you were assigned another project, sorry.
Do we need to vote?
No, I don't think so. Let the superintendent handle it. It's a minor cost, it sounds like. And then, Bill and Travis can take care of it. And
I
then
just didn't.
he can write a formal letter, like you wanted, to Mr. Ross Messler. Tyler, we'll just leave it at Tyler. And I guess you'll report back to the board and give us written communication on what's said. And hopefully he'll be a gentleman and not tear up houses while the kids are during session.
I think the word he likes is good neighbor.
I will take care of that.
All right, let's move on. Everybody good with that?
Sounds good.
Okay, we'll go into board action items. Number A, approval of budget amendment resolutions. Anybody want to talk about that? Or can we move on? No discussion? Good. Delegate and alternate rep. I was going to vote them on all together. You guys want to do a piece of? Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go.
I move that we approve the budget amendment resolution.
Motion made by Andrea to approve the amended budget resolution.
Support.
Support by Ken and Carrie. Any other further discussion? Okay, I'll read it off and then we'll go. I thought we read them all off last time together, but that's okay. Approval of the 25-26 budget amendment resolution be resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the 25-26 budget amendment resolution as presented. Sue, roll call vote.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
No.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
6 yes.
6 yes, 1 no, motion passes. Okay, let me go to the next one.
Hey, Chuck, before you go to that, that they are asking for a delegate here to go to this budget meeting.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say, we have a board meeting that night too, so I don't know that we would be able to send somebody. We
I
probably
just-
won't be able to, because I think we all need to be at this meeting,
Yeah.
at this board meeting.
Agreed.
What time is their meeting at?
It says 5 on here.
Yeah, it's 5, and don't tell me how long it is.
I think they'll survive without us.
Okay, so
I believe we have to send somebody.
we have to put
So-
somebody in there?
Yes.
As a-
Well, I think we put a delegate in. I don't know for sure. I'll have to check to see if we have to send somebody. I do know that that budget will come to this board, and their budget comes to this board, and we have to approve the ISD's budget. So each LEA has to go back to approve that.
Okay. Should we just nominate someone? and-
Let's nominate somebody. Let me check into it further since we have a board meeting that night.
Okay.
Okay, who wants to be nominated for this?
Not me.
In the past, we've sent the treasurer and an alternate.
You do the short straw?
I think we could send the student representative. What? You get to vote?
You get to
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
I'll
You could make it here.
There's a nomination for Ken Engel to be the delegate, who will be the alternate. Unless Ken can't make it.
I mean, if it's on this day and we have a board meeting, yeah, I'll be the alternate,
Okay.
just in case Ken can't go because we have a board meeting.
I'm gonna come to the board meeting now.
So who nominated Autumn to be the alternate?
Autumn,
Myself,
I'll nominate her to be the alternate.
Ken, you've nominated Autumn. Is there a second?
Sure.
Is there a second for Ken's?
I'll second
Yeah.
both of them.
Okay, all right. So now that we got that worked out. Approval of delegate and alternate representatives for GISD annual budget hearing. Be it resolved that Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves Ken Engel as a delegate representative and Autumn Henry as the alternate representative for Swartz Creek Schools at the annual GISD budget hearing held on Wednesday, April 29th, 2026 as presented. Sue?
discussion.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
7 yes.
Okay, next one is discussion on approval of playground equipment for K-5 elementaries. I think I said this in my operations report. It was about 200 and, what's the exact number? 203,499.66.
Motion to accept as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Ken Engel, seconded by Jenny Walgast. Discussion.
And I'm still learning about how that bid process works, but, so I'm just gonna ask here. Oh, bug. Sinclair, recreation, was that one of those bid things?
I think that's a
that we had to
consortium
get?
kind of thing, yeah.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion?
Wait, did you say it was or was it?
I believe so, Jamie, is that right? Yep.
So, okay, and how are they, and we selected them?
Yes, we chose Sinclair and we've used them in the past.
Okay,
They
but
are
we didn't
part-
vote on them?
You're voting on them now.
Okay.
When
No, I mean to approve their bid over everybody else's. I don't know how that works. I'm asking.
When
Okay.
we leverage a consortium vendor, they've already bid out to be on a pre-approved list.
Yep.
As a member of the consortium, all we have to do is leverage that contract. We do not then have to separately bid it out.
This is an approved vendor, is what it is,
Correct.
basically.
Through a consortium, which means they've already taken care of the bidding process for us.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's
Since what year did that become common? I don't know when all this stuff became common practice, and I'm just trying to keep track of it.
I'd have to research the history of when consortiums became a thing. I will say that in my entire career, they've been in existence, so it's been at least 20 years that they've been a common industry standard avenue, and it's not just K-12. Federal government does the same thing, approved vendors. Many industries can leverage these same pre-bid contracts, pre-approved vendors.
Right.
So it's not just schools that leverage this avenue.
Yeah, I get it. It's just.
It's
Yeah.
a
I get it.
municipal event.
Yeah.
Okay. We do it at the police department, or used to. Do they still do it, Ken?
We just go over budget, and I don't know why, and it's like, is it I don't know.
HPS and all of these companies like this were in existence back in the 90s when I was a business manager. So I know that it's back then, and a state has approved bids too that they do.
And we are not over budget.
No, I didn't say, not like that, but I'm just saying some of these projects, like Mary Crapo project, did that go over budget?
That was not anything to do with the consortium.
That's not, but, okay.
It's like if you buy fire equipment, they'll give all the municipalities a bid on a fire truck, and then they can go to that actual municipality. So the municipality doesn't go out and bid on each fire truck, as I did at some of the townships. They just say, this is what the fire truck costs this year, then you have the right to do it, because they did like a statewide bid, and it's the cheapest bid that you normally can get. This is kind of the same thing, but I know what you're saying. It's a lot of money. You should be questioning the furniture one. That'll be the next one. That's a $1.7 million. Is there further discussion on approval of the playground equipment? I'm sorry, I forgot. Who motioned it, yes? Ken, and who seconded it? I apologize.
Jenny?
And Autumn had her questions, and does it help you, Autumn? A little bit?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, I don't know if this is a company that we have previously worked with, and how did that project turn out? Were we over, under budget on it? Like, that's my concern.
I would have to give you I would need time to do some history on it. I have not worked with Sinclair here since I have been here. I know that we have worked with them in the past. I would assume 2018 bond, and I could find that information for you.
Yeah, I just would like to see the work that they did and if they were over budget or not.
Well, they can't go over this budget, Autumn. This is it unless they have a change order.
But that's not how it goes, and then it comes back and then we amend the budget, like.
We do that with a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly.
I will clarify that while the playground equipment has an element of construction to it because they're installing playground equipment, by and large, it's the equipment price that is governing the cost.
Right.
There should not be any expectation of a change order. I can look at the history of 2018, but they are definitely reputable. I have used them in the past with, good results in terms of clear pricing up front with no unexpected things. But with construction, there is always a risk that something could arise.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to make sure that.
It's not something to be, to identify as a problem or should have been known. Contingency on construction projects is a normal part of the process. It's if the contingency fund wasn't ample and you ran over. That would be a problem, and that is not one that we have in front of us, nor have I seen in any of the projects since I've been here.
I'm not even looking at it at that complexity because I'm just the average Joe who lives in the district, but it's more so for me, if I'm a construction company and I keep winning bids in a school district and I'm going over and they keep hiring me to come back, what's stopping me from not going over at that point? I don't know. It's kind of yeah. But I'm done discussing it. If you guys want to take a vote, I'm fine.
I think it's a little bit like, I'm looking for a car. If I go to 3 dealers and I get a price from this dealer, price from that dealer, price from this dealer, I take the low price, and that's the car I buy. And that's kind of what this is the equipment we're buying.
Mm-hmm.
We've taken the bids, this is a straight bid from thing, we are gonna pay that price.
Yeah, because we're buying equipment,
Yep.
right? Yeah,
Yes.
I get that, but, okay, go
Any
ahead.
further discussion?
Nope.
Call the vote. Sue? Oh, got to read it first. Again, approval of playground equipment for the K-5 elementaries. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the following recommended playground equipment from Sinclair Recreation for the K-5 elementaries with a total cost not to exceed $203,499 and is that 66 cents? I'm having a hard time seeing it. 66 cents to be funded from the 2025 bond funds as presented. Sue, roll call vote.
Andrea Fick? Yes. Ken Engel?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Autumn Henry?
Yes,
Jenny Walgus?
Yes.
7 yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay, next one is approval of bond furniture for a total of, I think it's $1,720,752.25. Discussion.
So Jamie, what's the timeline for approving this? Like, if we don't approve it tonight, is that going to put us behind?
The sooner we get it approved, the more comfortable we'll all feel about the delivery timeline. A million things could happen. In the quotes, it says 12 to 14 weeks. And when I was just, kind of mapping that out, that brings us mid-July.
Okay.
So if we delay it, that impacts that guarantee and that expectation to stick with our plan.
Okay, thanks.
I'll make a motion to accept the bid as presented.
Support.
Motion made by Ken Engel and supported by Andrea Fick to approve the bond furniture purchase. Discussion.
I wasn't at the committee, what is this, what
So,
kind
yeah.
of furniture are we talking
So
about?
it's desks, it's desks and chairs for middle school, high school, and media center, and it's elementary school teacher desks, and like little file things that go next to the teacher desks.
District-wide teacher desks.
Oh, district-wide, okay.
Just teacher, not student?
Both.
High school, middle school,
Both.
student,
Okay,
and then teachers for across the district, and media center for high school, middle school, right?
Correct. Media center, high school, middle school, entire teacher desk and chair and podium. It's actually a 3-piece unit, and the visuals are in there. And then student desks and chairs to complete what was lacking at the high school, middle school from the 2018 bond. So it's not a complete, it's an addition. So some rooms will have a mixed set of what was bought in 2018 to go with 2025. Same manufacturer, there's an alignment, it's very thoughtful. The furniture that was bought with the 2018 bond did not address these issues. This makes it a full, ideally, a full refresh across the district in all these areas between the two bonds. So we're finishing what was started.
The new match the old?
Yes, same manufacturer, same design.
Yeah, personally, I'd like to look at it a little bit closer, but obviously, it goes to everybody as a vote, so. I already, I reached out to Jamie with a couple of my questions already, so I've already asked my particular questions, but that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, no further discussion? Approval bond furniture purchase. Be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the following recommended approval of media, teacher, classroom furniture, vendors, NBS commercial interiors for $1,051,568.95, and also the Kruger International for $669,183.30 for a product cost total not to exceed $1,720,752.25 to be funded from the 2025 bond as presented. Sue, roll call vote.
Chuck Melkey?
Chuck.
Yeah, I know, I'm thinking.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Jenny Wolgast?
No.
Autumn Henry?
No.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
Yes.
Andrea Fick?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
And I just have, sorry.
You want to make a
One
comment?
Yeah, just one Does that mean that teachers, if this is district-wide, teachers, desks, chairs, desks, podiums, across the board, the elementary school reconfiguration deal, nobody would have to move desks, basically, because they're all getting new desks?
They're all getting new
Yes.
So no desks have to be moved and damaged and, like,
Nope.
because they're just gonna get delivered to their new room?
That was part of the issue, that if we bought all new equipment, they wouldn't have to move it. If
Okay.
we waited to September and then bang everything up. And I don't disagree with anybody. It's a lot of money, but we're underneath the time schedule, and I'm trusting that our administrators got the best price that they could for this particular equipment. It was probably through a vendor again.
And as you recall, the facility assessment that was built, that built the bond line items had the same quality furniture pricing in mind. So we're following through with what we talked about many, many months ago. And yes, to your earlier question, the timing is, we're taking advantage of this opportunity.
So I'm going to come back and again, for the second time tonight, and beat the proverbial dead horse. Administrator 101, if we knew about this months ago, why is it now a deadline today? Again, we have to do better as an administration in getting things to us, because it's every topic. It's every board meeting. Your own words, and I don't need an excuse, I'm not asking for that, but we knew months ago. And here we are. If we don't do this, if we wait till April, then the stuff won't get delivered till August. Well, we know what happens in August, we start school. So again, it puts obviously a few people up here in an uncomfortable situation. And I don't know who's to blame, and I don't care, but again, this building, this office has to start doing better, or sooner or later, you're gonna have people vote no. It's not acceptable. If that's the case, then let's accept late homework a month later for every child. Who cares if it's late? Doesn't matter if it's late here.
May I respond?
Sure. I'm not directing this at you. I'm directing this at this building from the top to the bottom. It goes on every meeting.
I'm just referring to the furniture. There were two moments that changed the plans. Recently, I was told that the timeline had to be March to get it approved versus May. So that came from my vendor, and I shared that at finance. The decision internally with administration to move forward with the furniture was really predicated on the backs of the K-5 configuration. We weren't necessarily planning on doing that for this summer, but with all that was going on, and I think one of the points of consideration was referenced here, moving something twice, and having all this newness happening and having an opportunity to get it scheduled and in the hands and give the teachers something really exciting with this new K-5 configuration. So it was an intentional shift several months ago when we started talking about the K-5 to do the furniture now.
And Jamie, this isn't directed back at you. Again, it's directed back at this building. The K-5 thing was brought up in November. Everybody sat on it for 3 months. Again, that's the behavior of the people running this building. It was sat on for 3 months. So there's 3 months that we could have done something, and instead, we ignored it thinking it was gonna go away. Now, it's just not directed at you. It's directed at, I mean, if we wanna go back, if we wanna blame someone, we can go back and blame Jim, but Jim isn't here, so why are we gonna blame Jim? The bottom line is this: it was ignored for 3 months. Everybody at this table knows that, except Wayne. Wayne wasn't here.
I disagree. That timeline's way off, Ken.
It was done in November.
No. We moved the week after. We had a meeting, we moved right away, we had plans in place. You guys assumed nothing was happening. You say this up here, it's rhetoric, but I gotta disagree. We moved. And we had a plan in place in January, and Chuck was surprised, and he met with us, he's like, wow, you guys got a lot put together. Michelle Paul, after Jim left, put a lot of his stuff together, but we had a big old community meeting and everything. That was moving.
I was there for that. That's
Along
not
with
the
running a
point.
district.
That's not the point. When was the furniture ordered? When was that decision made?
Ken, those don't happen in 2 seconds. Those come out, and we had Christmas break in between there. So I just disagree with the 3 months.
And you
refer
when was
to
the
us up
furniture
here.
decision
I'm just
made?
saying, we've had a lot of change. We've worked hard to make this happen and be positive.
No one's claiming that. We're talking about consistent behavior of things brought here the last minute.
Well, I don't know who you were referring to down here, but Wayne came after Christmas, so.
Everybody in this building.
We have facilities meetings every 2 weeks with with AUK and with French, discussing all of this stuff. And those things are continually discussed. The bids are we have to bring in the equipment to make sure we're looking at quality equipment and all of this stuff. We have to let teachers and everybody look at the things, and then it goes out to bid. It's not a last-minute bid. We're putting these bids out as quick as we possibly can.
So I'll say one more thing and I'll drop it. If half of the furniture was bought in 2018, why is the rest of it being bought in 2026?
Ran out of money, I'm assuming.
I guess that.
I'm assuming they ran out of money.
Yeah, the other furniture was bought with the 2018 bond, and this is finishing.
Correct, but again, it wasn't a secret. We were gonna buy the rest of it at some point. Don't act like this decision was just made. It wasn't made. It was made back in 2018.
But what
At
Jamie
some
just-
point in time, you're gonna come back and do the rest of it. It's easy to sit and say, if it was just this topic, I wouldn't say a word. It's not just this topic. I've already brought it up twice this meeting, and I brought it up 3 times at the last meeting. It's the consistent behavior that comes out of the office. And I can go all the way back to when I first got on the board in 2011. It's not changed. I think it's something they educate you people in.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you for your comments.
And I have a question. Are you including us in the administration? Because we're the ones who made the decision to move forward with the reconfiguration, not the folks that are sitting here or outside of this building. And we put them on a pretty quick path. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I agree with Dave. It does have something to do with it. And we cannot criticize the people who do work so hard every single day. And
I did not mention the people outside this building. I mentioned the people in this building. It's a consistent behavior. It's not just this one. This is an easy topic for you to attempt to attack. It's not. It's the same thing over and over and over. We did this at finance with the school of choice thing.
I'm going to thank all the folks who were responsible for very quickly moving forward in spite of all of the barriers, and to bring forward a good plan. It may not be your timing, but it's a good plan and it's a thoughtful plan, and they did start right away. So I just want to thank the people that are here and the people that are outside of this building and those people that will be affected.
Yeah, but like Ken says, he's not faulting anybody outside. He's faulting the people here. And so, and it's a legitimate concern. As soon as we knew we were going to have to move desks, we knew we were purchasing new desks. 1 and 1 should have come together and said, hey, we're going to have to move all these desks. We're buying new desks. Let's immediately roll on getting the quotes and the bids and all this figured out for the new desks so that we don't run into a time crunch. I don't know whose responsibility it was. I don't care whose responsibility it was, but Ken has a legitimate comment saying that that should have been thought of.
And partially, Dave brought up my name, so I'll say something to that. We voted on this in November, and we didn't have a meeting till January. So for 2 months, it sat dormant underneath our former superintendent, and we had a lot of people here fighting us on it, and it's not a decision by them, it was a decision by the board, and the administration has a duty to go through with what the board says. And Dave says, oh, I said they did a great job. I did say that. And you know why? Because Wayne came in, and I talked to him, Dave and Michelle, and they did a wonderful job, and they didn't start on it until late December, early January, and I was amazed that they could do it in 2 or 3 weeks, and I complimented them on that, and I'm going to do it right here in public, that they moved right along, but there was 2 months that things sat idle. I know that for a fact. So let's stay with facts. Okay, we'll move on.
Sounds good to me.
Next agenda item. Good note. Sorry, mister, I'm going to butcher your name, Ken. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call you Ken J, Mr. J.
Mr. J, works.
Is that okay? Mr. J's contract. We have in front of us, and he sat patiently here for 3 hours, the approval of our new superintendent, Mr. K. J's contract. I sent it to Throon Law Firm, and it's very interesting because I had a little bit of a hiccup with it. Speaking of contracts, they didn't have a copy of Jim's contract. They didn't have a copy of Rod's contract, and they didn't really have a copy of Ben's contract. So I don't know who wrote those 3 previous contracts.
I worked on those, but I would not have been the one that would be sending them to an attorney.
Oh. Okay, well,
And you also worked on rods, and so,
I never worked on Rod's.
yes, you did.
We've
You were the
voted-
board president. You were part of.
You were the board president.
Excuse me, I'm talking.
Go ahead, Carrie. Go ahead, Carrie.
You
Yes, of
and
course.
Jessica Linne were part of the committee that negotiated, that created the contract for Rod. And that was back in August of 2022.
And it was, and why didn't Throon have it? I thought it went to our attorney. You're the board president.
I would not be responsible for, so Dave, I'm not sure how those contracts are shared with them.
Okay, well, then I'll tell everybody how I did. I went with Ken J, and I looked at his contract, I looked at Rod's and Jim's contract, and Ben's, and they didn't have any copies of them at Throon Law. So we had to kind of draw one up, and we did, and it seems like a pretty equitable contract. I sent it to everybody to be reviewed, and I sent it back to the attorney for final approval, because I'm not an attorney to approve contracts. And they agreed with it, and I sent it to all the fellow board members in advance for them to review it. So,
Are you looking for feedback? Because there's some
Yes, I am.
clerical errors that are minor, but what was,
we can adjust them now if you like, or we can wait.
but the most glaring omission was non-medical insurance programs to include term life insurance and long-term disability plans. And I'm going to call on you, I'm sorry, Dave. Is that something that's standard in the administrator's contracts?
Yeah, that's something that's in all of the teacher contracts and the administrator contracts. The only differences are the amounts. There was within Mesa, they had a superintendent plan, and they have the administrative plan, and they have the teacher plan. And so those amounts changed depending on which stage they were at and what was negotiated. That particular thing would seem to be a simple insert. I'd have to go print up what.
Which clause are you looking at, Carrie?
It's missing.
So under
I know
what?
it's something that's just not there. I know in previous copies it was, so I think it is just something that somehow got dropped during one of the edits.
They first address health insurance, and then in previous contracts, it was non-medical insurance programs, term life insurance with a dollar amount, usually related to the salary or determine long-term disability. And then there's other information.
Yeah, but there's a 66% normal is what it.
If you want the clerical errors, on page 4, the second paragraph after the bullets, it says, last no, second to the last sentence, it says district with documentation, and I'm assuming that means for instead of FO, alternative health insurance. The next paragraph has two indications of paragraph 10. I don't know if those are extraneous or those should be removed or there was intentional inclusion.
It makes sense. It says programs identified in paragraph 10, insurance programs, and self-fund any benefits listed in paragraph 10. That makes sense.
Okay? Even if we add the other health insurance, non-medical insurance, I'm just pointing out areas that may need to be looked at. And then the same on the last page, it says jurisdiction and venue. It says paragraph 24 is inserted there as well.
I have a question.
Yep,
When did
and it
you
does talk,
get this
paragraph
email?
24 does talk about arbitration, so that is correct.
When did you get the email with the contract? Did you send these questions to Chuck at that
No, I
time?
didn't.
When he asked for
I
questions?
looked at it the other day and I didn't have time to look at
Okay.
it clearly until this afternoon. But I did my homework.
So there's the one missing R, and then we need to figure out what happened to the paragraphs about the short-term and long-term disability.
Yes. And if it's acceptable to approve it contingent on the corrections and the addition of that information.
That's why we're here. So what's the amendment, Carrie, you would like?
It's several paragraphs. Would be non-medical insurance programs. The information that I have from previous contracts, upon proper application, the board will make premium payments on behalf of the superintendent and his eligible dependents for the non-medical insurance programs. And there's reference, the next section is term life insurance in the amount of, this is $350,000. The beneficiary of said policy shall be designated by the superintendent. And B, long disability LTD insurance plan with the following provisions. And then there are provisions that I'm guessing would have to be made consistent with what the district currently has and offers. Right, Dave? Okay. I would make a motion that we approve Ken Zanserek, is that correct? Close. Zanserek. Contract with the addition of that information and the correction of the minor error.
Can you include those in the motion? Just so it's on,
Term life insurance, right, Carrie?
Non-medical insurance programs, which would be term life insurance, the amount to be determined, and long-term disability insurance consistent with the district's offering.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by Mr. Maine,
Second it.
second by Ken. I don't know if I'll get this right. Any discussion? I have discussion, so you're going to give that to me to send to the attorney.
I'll give you the information I have from
Yeah, we saw you
Rod's.
emailed me, but that's fine.
I
Yeah,
can
that's fine.
e- I can email it to you,
Okay.
but I also would recommend that it's consistent with whatever the district currently provides.
Right, and I think, I'm not going to say anything, but I know that we talked about insurance, but maybe because it was the buyout on insurance in lieu of, but that should still be in there, the term life insurance for sure. Yep. Okay. Approval of Superintendent Ken Jansarek's contract. Be resolved that the Swartz Creek Community Schools Board of Education approves the superintendent's administrative contract for Ken Jansarek with the addition of term life insurance, the availability of medical insurance that our current administrators have. And was there anything else? That's it, right?
There was a minor clerical correction added.
R on a 4,
R on the 4,
page 4, I believe.
on page 4.
True and proofread this?
Yes.
Oh.
I gave it to them.
Okay. Crazy.
Okay, I'll reread the motion. Approval of Superintendent Ken Jay's contract, be it resolved that the Swartz Creek Community School Board of Education approves the superintendent's administrative contract for Ken Jay with the additions of term life insurance, medical insurance available as, for the rest of our administrators, if he so chooses to use it, and the correction on page 4, paragraph 2 at the bottom with documentation for alternative health insurance coverage. Any further discussion? Okay.
Oh, Ken seconded it?
Yep, it was seconded by Ken.
Okay.
Sue, roll call vote.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Barry Germain,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Congratulations. We shake all the teachers' hands. He needs to go around and shake everybody's hands.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ken, for being patient. Yes, sir.
Good luck, man.
I guess we'll have some board comments later possibly on when we want Ken to start. Probably the sooner the better. With your 30.
Pretty sure.
15? No, I want the 30. Okay. Next one will be approval and discussion of Kendall Williams' fee. I don't know if it's an increase, but he went over on his time, which I don't think we were notified in.
Chuck, do we get a update on what, before we even?
Yeah.
Oh,
He went over in February at the finance meeting. We were informed that he was at about $24,000.
I think it was at 21 build, so.
21 build, right.
And there were months that we knew were still incoming, so.
Well, we didn't know about the 21,000 until February.
Right, but that was
Yeah.
like through
And there was
December.
bills that came through, and I think he's up to 33,000 currently. And
I was wondering, though, when do we get information on what he found in these investigations first?
it's not done yet.
It's, okay.
He said that's taken a lot more work because of the amount of paperwork. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to the board if we approve the bill that's at, I believe it's at 33.1 or 33.3. And if you want him to continue on and finish up the summary, which he thinks it's going to take another 20 to 30 hours.
So if we don't approve it, we don't get the summary?
Well, that would be my guess. That's why.
Chuck, on October 22nd, they provided the representation agreement, and it says the total amount of attorney's fees shall not exceed $25,000 without the approval of the Board of Education. So as I understand it, they've spent an additional $6,000 without asking us first?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Carrie, is that something that we've all had access to?
That was a contract that was
Board motion, yeah.
sent.
The minutes.
Well,
Was-
no, the contract thing.
Was sent to
Yes.
Chuck, and then he forwarded it to me. I signed it on the 4th of November after he sent it to me, and that became the binding agreement.
But we only agreed on 25,000. That was the cap we gave them, so they should have given us notice before they went over.
Oh, I definitely agree, and like, I was feeling that, but I'm glad we have documentation that says that, and I would have felt better having read that. So that's why I was asking if that's available someplace where we can see that, so we can see the details of it. Does that go to board documents or something? Should we have contracts that the board signs go to someplace in board documents, maybe?
I would have liked that.
So that we can review those and when issues come up?
Was this contract signed at a board meeting?
It was a board of, action item to approve, and we approved.
Okay, so but I never got the contract, so.
Okay.
If I had the contract, I could definitely put it in at that board meeting.
Okay, I'll save that
On that
probably
day.
for comments and questions later then.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that.
I guess I'm just asking why, if we agreed to $25,000, that they have the ability to go over that without coming back to the board.
For real.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because when we talked about this in the finance committee meeting, that was my exact stance as well. We only approved 24,000. It's on YouTube that we approved 24,000, so the fact that, oh, was it 25? Okay, I'm sorry, 25,000. So if they went over that amount, that seems like that's on them to have either gotten approval to go above that or not to go above that.
So Chuck, I believe you referenced a number in January, so in January, the bills had already reached 24,000?
I wasn't notified of any numbers. When I became board president in December, I didn't know where we were at, and in February, I believe I asked, or Jamie informed us that we were at close to $21,000 or $24,000 at that time. And they
They've just
had
been sending
$6 or
bills
$7
since.
grand in bills. I guess the question would be, when were they at 15,000 or 20? I don't know. I don't know those answers because I didn't have access to the bills.
Well, I don't think it's their responsibility. They knew what their cap was, and if they go over, that's on them.
Or they should have come to us 2 months ago, kind of like Ken says. Now they're in the hole, and now they're coming to us.
With even wanting even more money.
I don't even know that they're coming to us, they're just sending more bills. Have they even approached, or have they just sent us more bills?
I was being proactive by putting it on the radar because of the PO that I had let, and just my understanding was 24,000. So small discrepancy. So I put it on the agenda for it just being on the collective radar. I have not seen a bill come through to our office since the December billing, which I think was referenced back at the February finance meeting of bringing it to 22,000 in total, which has all been paid. So I don't know anymore about what has accumulated after the December 31st billing, which came sometime in January and was revised with the minor changes in February.
Doesn't it say that it was going to be billed monthly? I feel like I read that somewhere.
So
I don't know where I read that.
Where's the new dollar amount coming, the 31,000? Where's that
I
coming?
called them and talked to them and see where are we at.
So you had to initiate the phone call, and they said, our bill is up to 31,000?
Yes.
But you
I
haven't
actually
seen
met with
those
them.
bills yet? You have them? Up to 31?
No, I have from November to, that totals 22. Okay. We haven't received anything since then, and that takes us through December 31st, 2025, brings us to 22,000 and some change.
Didn't we talk about this last board meeting in closed session? We didn't?
Who's the different attorney?
I thought we did. I thought we
No,
brought it
that-
up that they
We
were
can't
going to be.
discuss that. There was another company that we owed $110,000 to.
No.
Yes, it was on.
Well, they probably need to answer for why they went over without asking us first.
Yeah.
I would agree. I don't think we authorize anything until they give us some sort of, so when they said where we're at, what did they say, Chuck? Just, we need more money?
They said that they have about another 20 to 30 hours of investigation to finish up.
How much an
I
hour?
told them that I would have to go to the board to ask them what their pleasure was, because it's a board decision, not my decision.
What's their hourly rate?
I think they were charging us $285 or $300, it's in the contract.
So that's another $8,500 at 30 hours. So on top of the 31, they still need another, they still
If
have
you
30 more
wanted to
hours.
finish it, yes.
Yeah, so now we're at $40,000.
Yeah, I think they need to come back with a proposal for what they
believe-
think it will cost to finish. Like, number of hours, how much per hour, and how much they think, and when they think that they'll be able to deliver something to us.
Or we just give them a timeline, like, we can't do that? I don't know.
I believe they're
I'm
at
not very patient.
$350 an hour, just FYI.
How much, I'm sorry, Sue?
$350.
$350? Okay, sounds like I'm gonna go back and make contact with them and send them a correspondence and ask them why they went over and what we owe them currently,
Well, I would just reinforce that we've
or not what we owe them,
agreed.
but what the
Yeah.
the outstanding bill is, and how many hours, which they told me verbally, 20 to 30 hours. And we'll go from there, see what the pleasure of the board is.
We postpone this then until you.
Yeah, of
talk to them?
course.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to postpone, to increase, to increase the amount paid to Kendall Williams for the investigation.
I'll second.
Motion's been made to postpone, seconded by Jenny Walgas. Any further discussion? None? Sue, roll call vote.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Andrew Fick,
Yes.
Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
7 yes.
The motion passes. I'll make the correspondence tomorrow or the next day. Okay, next one's approval for attorney for internal investigation, the complaint by district employee. And I'm going to recuse myself from this one right away.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going
I
to
can-
recuse it, and I'll turn it over to you, Jenny.
Yep, so I'll take care of this one. So I did send documentation to everybody, on the board. So basically, the status as far as I'm aware is an employee, I believe, made a complaint internally. They also filed a complaint with the state. Obviously, the complaint with the state is outside of our scope here as the board. That will be dealt with however it needs to be dealt with. However, Dave told me that we should probably do some kind of an internal investigation separate from whatever state mandated investigation is going to take place. So to that end, we had one attorney that the name was given to us by Eric Delaporte, who was originally doing the investigation. I also reached out to Mary Jo at Troon just to see if they had any investigators that they worked with, and so she was able to give me 2 other investigation firms that are also able to do this. I reached out to all 3, got basically statements from them explaining what their fees were, what kind of work they would perform, what they would deliver. A couple of them had estimates on time. So basically, you have all that information. So we need to decide if we're doing an internal investigation in addition to anything that is required by the state. And if we're going to do an internal investigation, which of the 3 firms we would like to retain or make an agreement with or whatever to complete that internal investigation.
Okay. I want to, if I can, sorry. I'm going to start with board policy and how this investigation was conducted in the first place. And when it was opened in the first place, it wasn't followed. Board policy was not followed when this was open. So for me, I'm all for doing it correctly and following board policy. I mean, it starts at 2303, I think, that's the policy where it's violation of board code of ethics. And I'm assuming that that's what the complaint is, because I haven't
I don't know. So how am I supposed to vote on action to take when I don't even know what the complaint is? I guess. Like, yeah. Was it a violation of board? That's my first question.
And so again, this would be to remove the determination of whether this is something that violated board policy from board members and move that responsibility to another firm that is likely to be impartial, so that there's no appearance that we're not appropriately following our procedures or appropriately interpreting them in a way that would benefit ourselves rather than the employee who filed the complaint.
Right. I totally get that, but we have a policy that tells us how to handle violation of board members, and it's policy 2303. So, yeah. And my guess is, and I have zero clue how this works, but is that if the state has opened an investigation on this, they're going to come back and tell us what we need to do to remedy the situation. They're going to have their conclusion. I don't know how that works, but I'm just assuming. I'm not a genius. And I also have a question for Dave. Who told you to contact what was it, Nick? The one that she referred to, that Delaport sent us?
The first attorney that I got, that we had spoken with, was a referral from Attorney Delaport. I reached out to Troon first, because Mr. Delaport did not forward recommendations right away to us. And so I reached out to Troon. Troon told me they didn't have references to give at that point in time. I did not talk to Mary Jo. I talked to Attorney McNamara. And the time when I talked to him was late November. It was shortly after the board meeting to say that Mr. Delaport was no longer allowed to do this, maybe early December. And I had spoken with Chuck, and he said, yep, move on with it. And he asked me.
Why would you speak to Chuck, first of all, if he is part of the investigation?
Because he was the board president.
But you are supposed to talk to the board vice president when he's being investigated, or when the complaint involves him.
So I'm just going to ask, it looks like, especially according to the board policy, we have the option to go into closed session to discuss this. Is that something we want to do?
Well, is it per OMA though, too? Like, is that one of the reasons listed?
At the affected board member's request, the board may convene in a closed session under the Open Meetings Act to consider complaints or charges brought against the board member.
Yeah, but what MCL is it?
It's our policy.
Yeah, but it's not law.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it constitutes under Open Meetings Act, I should have that one memorized by now, but I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the question is,
Oh, here it goes.
we're back to what we did the last time when we had Jim get involved in investigation. The investigation of a board member is to be done by the president. Obviously, the president cannot investigate himself. He should have immediately went to the vice president. Again, apparently everyone takes things personal tonight, but again, our own administration did not follow our own policy. The conversation should have never been had with Chuck. Never. It should have immediately went to Jenny. And so again, we didn't follow our own policy. And the administration is getting involved in something they shouldn't be involved in. Jim did it with Autumn's investigation, and now we're doing it again with Chuck's. You can't investigate the board. You should not have a hand in it.
And this is why our policy spells out how the board should handle it. It doesn't say anything about Mr.
Which is why.
Dave contacting an attorney.
Which is why I pushed it off in the first place. Now, listen, we went through this the first time. I agree. If I did something wrong, let's talk about it, that's fine, we can put that on me, but I'm telling you what I did, I'm telling you why I did it. We had a change of president between one meeting to the other. I was talking with Chuck, said, what do you want me to do, because I got to move on with this, okay, but we didn't talk details, and he said, go ahead, move on. He said, wasn't Delaport supposed to give us names? I said, I thought so.
Why are
And
you
so-
talking to Chuck if he's part of the...
But it was.
Point of order, Dave, I'm not gonna get involved, but I did tell you to go to Jenny. I did, remember I said, I can't delegate an investigation into myself or choose people, so go to Jenny.
You may have said that in the same conversation, but you also said, wasn't Delaport supposed to give us people, go to him and ask him, and so I did that. And that's where I got 5 names, one person called me back, okay? And that's the name that we spoke with, and you have his name. It's literally that simple, and that's all we did.
No, it's
So
not.
I also have kind of a question. So you just spoke with him one time, or how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke with him maybe once through email, and then we spoke on the phone one time, and then we spoke on a Zoom.
And were you the only one on the Zoom?
No, Michelle Paul was in the room.
Why was she involved with it?
Because she is part of the administrative team that is, like the Title IX at the time, the investigations portion of it. We were just there to.
I know, but I'm wondering, because she's not in HR, why she was involved in the details of an investigation against a school board member and having a conversation with an outside party about the school board business
She and I are both listed currently.
as a title. Okay.
And you handle that and you handle that with the employee. You don't handle that for the board. Like, there's
I'm
two
not-
different things, and it's confusing because,
Autumn, I was trying to hand it over to a third party. It was.
but who told you to do that? Because per our policy, what one was it?
I guess I did it myself.
Let me look it up again.
It was
Oh,
a
okay.
conversation with the board
All right.
president and then
Well-
trying to get things going. But we
Okay,
have to,
perfect.
listen, we have to by law.
2303, no.
We have to by law handle these complaints,
You have to
period.
handle them on your end. We have to handle them on the board's end.
And I'm trying to get the ball rolling. This complaint came in August, guys, August.
It's not
We're
your
way
job to get
behind.
the ball rolling.
And when did you bring it to the board to address?
I received it via the board originally. It came to Jim and to Carrie, who then handed it to me. And I said, based on looking at the policy, I said, I don't think I can handle this. I think we need to send this to Troon.
Okay.
But then Troon had just handled another complaint, and that's why we said, no, we'll send it to Delaport instead, because Troon was out of favor with the board at that point too. So we were looking for guidance the entire time.
So that's why you would refer, and Carrie, I'm gonna put this on you now, since you decided to give it to Jim and Dave for some reason. I'm gonna refer back to policy 2303 on how the board is to handle board member investigations. It does not say anything about a superintendent, an interim superintendent, HR, you don't even have to get attorneys.
Dave, the employee made the complaint, correct?
Correct.
And you are the director of
Yes.
HR, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And what does that have to do with the board, Carrie?
Yeah, board president says the president is supposed to confer with the board member to determine whether the suspected or alleged violation is disputed. So did you ever talk to the person who the allegations were made against to see if they disputed the allegations or not?
This is the point we.
Well, no, this is, we're walking right through the process right now. So did you ever talk to the person that had the complaint made against them to see if they disputed it or not?
No, I did not.
Why did you not follow board policy? It's very clear that's the first thing you're supposed to do, is talk to the person and see if they dispute the complaint or not.
Is that a dispute from an
Why are
employee
you
to a board
answering?
member?
This is a Carrie question.
No, I want to hear what Dave has to say.
Of course,
because
no,
he's
Carrie, this is your question.
I would like your answer.
We don't care
Why
what Dave
didn't
has to say.
Right.
Yeah, why didn't you, as the board
I
president, follow the?
discussed it,
Why didn't you contact, why
I
didn't you?
discussed it with Jim.
Okay, but the first thing you're
Okay.
supposed to do as board president is confer with the board member to determine whether the suspected or alleged violation is disputed. That's the first thing you're supposed to do.
Nothing?
Does that apply when there's an employee involved?
Yes, it does.
It says, if it's suspected or alleged that a board member has violated the code of ethics.
This also, yeah, this pertains to any investigation that's happened so far.
We just beat this to death with Autumn.
Right.
We just beat it to death because we had a problem with Jim doing it. Now we've, and again, if it's been since August, I don't know exactly when we had our first change in board presidents, but we had from August to that point that it
You
never
mean
got
after the
addressed.
surprise meeting or the special meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was in November. I will still say it was presented by an employee with allegations that needed to also be filed.
I'm not disputing that.
Right, but you're supposed to ask the person who's being accused
That's-
of the violation of the code of ethics if they dispute it or not.
Do you understand
first thing.
the separation of the central office and the board? Like, because in this case scenario, I'm not saying that we're never on the same team, but in this case scenario, it's your job to protect the board.
So, so it says that the violation is admitted or the board determines that a disputed violation has been established by at least a preponderance of evidence. Oh, wait, no, hang on a second. So we have to, so right now, we don't even know how to proceed because we don't know if you never checked to see if he's even disputed or not. You missed the very first.
Jenny, what number are you on?
I am on 2303A, right at the very beginning.
Thanks.
It is a policy, it is a board policy. So it is, so Dave, you would not fall under this, but Carrie absolutely would.
So she said that she didn't take it to Chuck to dispute or not, so I guess we start there.
So I guess
That's my recommend.
And so my first
where I'm
question
at.
is does the person that's accused want this to be an open or closed session?
Well, how's Carrie gonna take it to him now? She's not the president.
I know, I asked the vice
That's why
president.
Jenny's
That's what
taking
I'm
it.
stepping up and doing right now.
That's what she's doing.
I'm saying, would you like to proceed in an open session or a closed session?
Closed session.
Okay. I move that we move to a closed session per MCL, hang on, I got it. MCL 15268, and it is section 8A, to consider dismissal, suspension, disciplining, or to hear complaints or charges brought against, or to consider a periodic personnel evaluation of public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent if the individual agent requests a closed hearing. An individual requesting a closed hearing may rescind the request at any time, in which case the matter at issue must be considered after the rescission only in open sessions. So that's what we're going for.
And,
So we need a second.
well, but I just want to say something. I might want to recant that because I've
Yeah, you
hired an
can.
attorney.
Yeah, you
I've hired an attorney since then.
Yeah.
And I probably am not going to discuss anything with anyone because based on
Right.
that person's advice,
So it's-
that I'm not allowed to really talk about it. So
So
that's why.
it's up to you, yeah. If you would like to stay in open
again-
session and just say that you don't feel comfortable answering questions without.
I'm
yourself
not going
being
to,
thrown,
go ahead.
Or we can go close, so it's your preference. It's up to you,
Yeah, no,
open or closed.
doesn't matter. Okay, I'll go in closed session.
Okay, so I move that
I'll
we go into
second.
closed session. Okay, so Autumn seconds. Do we need roll call?
Yes,
Okay.
2/3.
Sue, can we have a roll call?
You're going to closed session right now?
Yes.
I'm not in charge right now. It came up on the agenda. I can't say anything about that, Vice President.
Well, how are we going to vote on this action item if we don't?
Yeah, we have to decide.
Yeah.
And what was that law you said, MCL?
So it's MCL 15.268, Section 8, 1A.
Okay, all right, okay.
So 15.268, Section 8, actually, no, I take that back. It switched to a 2 without going, so it's actually 2A. Yeah, they should have gone to another one.
Section 2A. Okay. Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey,
or I'll recuse myself.
Well,
Okay, it's closed session, yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
Andrea Fick,
Yes.
7 yes.
Be right back. Oh, what time is it? 9:41.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got it too.
You can't kick them out.
Do I need to go for this one then?
I think this
have you there. They're on duty right now, too, those people.
I know.
We're all here.
Okay, all right, so we are going to move back from closed session into open session at 10:31 PM.
Oh.
I call the open session to order. So, something that probably would have saved us a little bit around and about was the fact that this is Title IX, correct, Dave? Dave?
This is not a board complaint, it's a Title IX complaint.
Is that how this came up, as it was through your role as a Title IX Okay, so that would have helped because we kind of went down a whole different path, and so I apologize to Carrie back there, I'm gonna apologize in public. We were going down the road of the board code of conduct, and I was calling her out for not following the procedures for breaking the board code of conduct, and that is not the situation, so I apologize to Carrie. That was not fair to her. That was not what this complaint fell under. So she was under no obligation to follow that particular procedure. And so I apologize to you for the misunderstanding.
Agreed.
I'm sorry, Carrie. I just wanted to clear that up first. So it was a Title IX. So my understanding, Dave, is you received a Title IX complaint. You retained or communicated with Delaport to try to be, so let me get so it looks like you are responsible for assigning 4 different individuals, an investigator, a decision maker, an appeals officer, and an informal resolution facilitator. And I'm assuming that Eric Delaport was your selected investigator originally? Okay.
Can I clarify?
Yeah,
real quick? Literally sought his advice as an attorney as to what to do. He then took it over, which is where I left it. Literally, I didn't handle anything beyond that because we were seeking his guidance on how to handle this very weird situation, right? So that was handing it off to him for legal guidance, and that's where it picked up in October.
Okay, yeah. Yep, okay, so.
If this were an employee-employee situation, yes, you're exactly right. That's it. That's how we would have handled that.
So that was my next question is, I'm not a Title IX expert, and we can run this through Troon or whatever, but as our Title IX coordinator, do you know if a complaint is filed by a district employee against a board member, does that fall under Title IX? Because the complainant is an employee, and it doesn't matter who the respondent is? Is that correct? Or is that not correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so going from that point, so it's our understanding that because we basically said that you were not allowed to use Eric Delaport as your investigator, that is why you approached us to, you had another person that you had been speaking with to be the investigator, and you had emailed Chuck and I asking for permission to use him at a certain rate.
At the meeting that it was decided that Mr. Delaport was no longer able to be used, it was stated up here that that was asked. I don't know which board member asked, but it'd be on YouTube. They asked, could he recommend some people to take that over for him? Okay? So then, I think at the same meeting is when Carrie stepped down, or I might be getting them confused. It might have been just shortly after that, but anyway, it was in short succession. But basically, we didn't hear from Mr. Delaport in terms of recommendations. And again, I'll go back to, I wasn't sure my place anymore because I had offloaded the investigation to him. I didn't know how quickly to step into that and ask about it. So it was either at the next meeting that Carrie stepped down as president, Chuck became president, you became vice president, and we still didn't have answers as to how that needed to go. That's when I reached out and said, what's my next step? And Chuck said, we need to move forward, go ahead and do it. And then I believe you did say involve Jenny in that, okay, I will. But it was ask Mr. Delaporte for the recommendations, so I did. I also asked Troon at the same time, and they said they wouldn't give me recommendations, and then they told you they had some recommendations, so, and that was a month later. So that was the process I followed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, so, but I just wanted to clarify, so, so this is, we're at the choosing an investigator step of this Title IX complaint. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that and just make sure that we're all on the same page and that's what we're doing. So this isn't just the board deciding to do an internal investigation. This is a complaint was filed under Title IX to you officially. We need to do it, we need to have an investigator assigned to complete this to legally. So that's the point we're at. We're not just frivolously deciding we want to hire more lawyers. We need to have an investigator look into this complaint because we take this very seriously. We do not condone, accept anything, any kind of harassment. So we are going to take this very seriously, no matter who it's against. So for that, I would say, I'll go back to, I sent everybody a list of 3 potential investigators. One of them was somebody that was from Delaporte. We had 2 from Troon. You saw kind of their scope of work, what they proposed. Some of them had dollars and hours, others didn't. They left it more open-ended. Does anybody have any questions that you think I can answer before you try to make a decision?
Yeah, so there's no current investigation, or there's no current complaint filed with the board at this time?
Well, Dave has a complaint that we need to, so he needs an investigator for his complaint.
Right, I get, but that's not a complaint that was filed with the board. That was a complaint that was filed with Dave. Dave just needs approval.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that correct?
There's no open complaints with the board.
Does that sound correct to you, Dave?
There's no new complaint. No new complaints. We have the original complaint, which we tried to handle with Delaporte. There's nothing new beyond that.
The original complaint came in August.
Yes.
So are we just saying
So are
we'll
we
give
gonna-
him authority to pick whoever he wants?
Well, no, because we have to authorize the money, so, I mean, he can pick somebody and ask if it's okay if he hires this person, and we can say yes or no.
I thought that's
But
what
it
we've been
might
working
be,
on.
yeah, but it might be easier if we say this is the firm that we would like to go with. I mean, it can go either way, but it seems like this was the
I'm still not happy with the answer
shorter.
to that question, though. What was filed in August, Carrie, since you were the receiver of complaints then?
There was a complaint filed in August.
To the board or to to Dave?
It was sent to me and the interim superintendent.
Okay, so that's a board complaint that's still open. True or false?
That complaint initiated this conversation.
No, Dave's complaint, I thought, did. See, this is why we're confused. I don't know why I'm not getting a straight answer. Is there a complaint open with the board or not?
Dave, I'll let you answer that.
A staff member filed a complaint. Autumn, there's only one complaint. Okay, a staff member
Okay.
filed a complaint. It went to Jim and to Carrie. Jim sent it to me as the Title IX coordinator.
Right.
Okay, and Michelle Paul, who is also co-Title IX coordinator currently. Okay. I told Jim, I think, based on what I'm looking at, I should not be handling this because it's not involving 2 employees.
Right.
And so we referred it to Delaporte. It is that same complaint. As Jenny stated, that complaint needs to get handled. Now, there's a component of that complaint that was a state OCR. That's one vein. Troon handled that. They responded to the state. The state hasn't gotten anything new back on that. But again, the other side of this is our handling of it as a school district. We have to handle the complaint. So we
Right.
have to
I
get
agree.
an
Yeah.
investigator to do that. That is
Okay.
the complaint. There
I'm
is
just
no other
making sure
complaint.
that there's not anything,
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
That's the complaint we have to handle.
okay, that sounds good to me. And yeah, I'm with,
Yeah, and so like I said, I mean, Dave, you can pick one. I don't know today, I don't know that I copied you on, so you don't know what the three people, well, you spoke with.
I'm just gonna go with this, for the conversations we've had over attorneys in the last however or so many months about board attorneys can't investigate the board?
Shouldn't.
You're talking about your own ones that you're using, because they could be influenced. I think you have to go outside of the attorneys that you have that you're using
Right.
within your board. And I think what.
Well, no, I'm saying, I
Truon-
don't write a
Truon
check to
couldn't-
Phil, I write a check to True.
Yep, so Truon, I don't think can investigate this because you're writing checks to them and they could be per se influenced because you're their employee.
Right.
So they have to send it to another.
Yeah.
They're.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I said it backwards. But, so they have to go to another attorney firm outside.
Mhm.
And I think what has to take place, is my understanding, is that you need to get somebody in that does a due diligence and do some investigation to determine if there is a Title IX complaint there. They investigate it to see if it actually qualifies as a Title IX complaint.
Okay, okay, so they don't.
So you can't use Truons. We
Right,
can't use
you
Truons.
can't use Troon.
No.
I'm not cool with the Delaport.
Yeah, you're right.
Anything from, and that's just me. And, yeah, so I guess, do they just have to be Title IX trained? Like, because it doesn't even say in the Title IX rules that it has to be an attorney.
It doesn't have to be an attorney in this case, but it would have to be somebody that is Title IX trained.
Right,
So the best bet is to go to get an attorney.
it is to pay someone when.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna have to do.
More attorney
Because we couldn't do it here, investigate.
Okay.
We can't do due diligence against the board, so.
Yeah.
So there were, are there any other questions or anything? Okay, there were
I
three.
I do. One, whoever the party was that Delaport suggested, we should not use them.
I would agree with that.
And
Well,
then-
we
and
can
then-
just look at if you looked at them, if we look at the more reasonable prices, I think that situation will be resolved.
Well,
Like,
and
I
then-
don't want
and-
to, I don't want to influence you guys and say, okay, this is the guy that Delaport recommended, so don't use him. I mean, I think we should look at all of them on their merits, and like I said, the person said that they have no idea why Delaport even recommended them, because they had no interaction with them.
He
So,
said he
but.
was like opposite counsel, so and that's like somebody recommending like, hey, they did a good job.
Right, and so there was one investigation service that was not necessarily, I don't think, lawyers. I think they have lawyers on staff, and their price reflected that. So, that's a consideration as well. There was one firm that had a combination of investigators and lawyers, and then there was one firm that was just a law firm. So it's basically just a lawyer that would be investigating.
So ALG is the one that had the different investigators, right? With all these people they listed here?
Yes, so ALG had a mix of employees that would be working on it. Some of them were attorneys, some of them were investigators. The other group, PCIG or PGIC, I get their initials.
PCIG.
PCIG. They are strictly investigators.
Is there a timeline on this? Because at this point, we've been on it for over 2 hours.
Well,
or maybe an hour and a half.
Pick one of them and give Dave permission to work with them.
I didn't even know what we were hiring them for until about 10 minutes ago.
So this,
Like,
this other person has just given us an estimate of $3,600.
Yep, so they predicted, or they estimated that it would take about 10 witness interviews, and with their hourly rate, they estimated that the cost would probably be about $3,600.
Well, what I'm wondering, did they give us an estimate of hours? Because the other place charges $300 an hour. I was just trying to figure out, like, which
How they
one
got there.
might be more economical for the district, yeah.
Well, the total estimated cost, so this one, their complete estimate is $3,600. Obviously mileage, they're coming from Bloomfield Hills, so if there's anybody that's not able to you know, conduct their interview with the investigator remotely, there would be additional cost for the mileage from Bloomfield Hills up to wherever they met with the person they're interviewing. But short of that, it says that it would be approximately 30 hours. So,
No,
and
wait, they only investigate if this is a Title IX complaint or if it's not, that's it. Right?
I don't believe that's true.
No,
They have to
it's-
handle the complaint, because I can't handle the complaint because I am the HR department. I work for the board. So they have to handle the complaint and work with you, the board. That's my understanding. That's why I referred it up in the first place.
Right. We don't have anything.
We don't have anything to do with it.
No,
We have nothing to do with it.
zero.
Whatever.
the only
was
reason
it-
this would come to us is if it's Title IX and you need an investigator, and you need money for an investigator.
We're
That's
approving the
reason we would
funding.
get involved. Other than that, it's you. Your employee has an issue and you need to resolve it.
Am I quoting it right, 2302 and 2303?
Yeah.
That makes it very clear what we investigate, and we don't investigate this. We don't have anything to do with it. We approve the funding for it. That's it.
Well, I mean, that's fine. That's the way it's been explained to me. So,
So
We-
if you need us to approve an investigator, you need to let us know that. But the other four, all four of those are technically your choice.
Yeah.
They just have to be 4 different people, and that's on you to decide as, or Michelle, if you delegate it to her as the alternate or whatever, however that works.
She's not going to probably be here.
Yeah, remove her from it.
well, I'll be conferring again with Troon on how that process needs to go, just to let you guys know, because this is very confusing, as we're all aware, correct?
Yep.
If you read,
So-
if you read 2302, it's very clear what we investigate, and it's not anything to do with
Well,
this.
I understand what you're saying. The 2302 wasn't one that I approached in dealing with my investigation portion and reaching it out. I was looking in the 4000s, which was employee rights and responsibilities. So I understand when you started reading that, I'm like, where are you reading that from? Going in there, but those two together. So I'll need Troon's guidance on how to handle this whole thing, because I'm not technically necessarily going to be the end decider on something like this, because I'm not, but anyway, I get what you're saying. That's fine.
Actually, when you look at our Title IX policy, you won't be the decider at all.
Right,
Can be.
right.
So at this point, we'll kick it back to you as a Title IX coordinator. Work with Troon to figure out what you need to do, and if you need anything from us.
I need an investigator.
Are you,
So
okay.
you've
We're gonna-
decided one of your investigators is going to be a lawyer?
We're going to need an attorney to help us to do the investigation.
Okay. So if you-
Determine
so you
whether it's a
wanna-
Title
So you need
IX.
us to give you an investigator. So,
Yes.
okay, so who, does anybody have any questions? Are we?
I don't think that we choose, I think we choose the dollar amount.
Well, I was just figuring this out. If somebody's estimating 30 hours at $300, that's $9,000. But we don't have any,
No, his total, so he said 10, this particular person said 10 interviews, it would be approximately 30 hours total, and his total cost at $120 per hour would be $3,600. It's not
Yeah.
$3,600 times 30.
oh, okay.
That's his total out the door cost, unless he has to drive up here from Bloomfield Hills and talk to somebody in person.
Okay.
Then it would be the mileage rate of 62
Well,
cents per mile.
Maybe we ought to go with this person that's already give
Okay,
us an estimate.
make a motion,
It's
yeah.
hard
If
to-
you, if you like this person, then go ahead and,
What's the acronym?
the PCIG.
Make a motion to hire PCIG to be investigator at the request of Dave Simonson.
Is there a second?
Sure,
Okay,
yeah, second.
okay. Sue? So the motion is that we select PCIG, Proctor Consulting and Investigations Group, to work at Dave's request to be the investigator for the complaint that he has received.
And this is, one comment, this is not the one that Troon recommended.
I'm not gonna say who
Delaporte.
recommended.
De Laporte. This is not the one that De Laporte recommended.
I'm gonna try to keep it.
It was in the person's file
Yeah.
who got recommended. He
It
wrote
was
it right in his letter.
Anyway,
Roll call.
so yeah,
It's
let's
not.
do the vote.
It's not.
Okay.
Ready?
I might have to go back to
He didn't even want to investigate it, that guy.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yeah.
Chuck Melkey.
Abstain.
Abstaining, okay. Jenny Walgast
Yes.
and Carrie Germain.
Yes.
I just want to know how they're voting if they got conflicts.
Was that, Dave, was that somebody that you had, I can't remember, he was looped in, that was the mark, so you already have his contact information, correct? I can work with you offline. Okay.
How did you come up with 10 witnesses? When they made the complaint, there was nothing. Oh.
Yeah, so I asked all three for just kind of a scope of
vote, I
work kind of
guess.
letter, and this was part of his scope of work that he predicted that, or he estimated that it would take 10 witness interviews.
Well, just so the board's aware, Thruins did a parallel investigation already. You guys should get a copy of that as board members.
So I'll turn
Yeah,
it over to you,
right?
Chuck, because this was my, I took over for this one.
Well, thank you. Okay, so we did that. Now we're going to go into public comments.
Oh, no, we got to go back to Autumn.
I'm sorry.
Autumn's piece, yeah.
Hate to, I'll be quick on this one.
Yeah, H, I'm sorry, we added that. That was the
Two policies.
two policies, 5707 and 52.
5303 and 5305. Speaking of the word may, I just want, oh geez. This is about school, this is our school choice policy and our enrollment policy. I just want to take out two things that are in our enrollment policy. Just amend it. Yeah, I'm pulling up my,
Oh, I've got it here.
I'm gonna start with 5303. To cross out the part where I think it's the 5th bullet, 5303. Yep. I don't know if we can, this one might be easier if we get copies of these.
Yeah, we have, a lot of us have paper copies that they have.
What? Sweet.
There you go.
It's late. I'm over it.
No, she found it.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know if I can just make a motion to amend this, maybe I should, but, to amend 5303. I just want to take out these 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th bullet. On that one, the 5th bullet point, the resident of another district as permitted and authorized by law, if the superintendent, in the superintendent's discretion, the student should be enrolled.
Why do you want to take it out?
Why do I want to leave it in there? If it,
Because what that does is if I have a student come to the district and they've had discipline issues at another district, I can refuse to enroll that student. That gives me the right to reject.
no. If, but that
Another district is permitted as
also
Yeah, it's saying
allows you
who can,
to.
not who can't.
Right. Yeah, that says is allowed to enroll them. This isn't the enrollment policy.
So again, why do you want to take it out?
Because it contradicts a school of choice. If you put a school of choice limitations in anywhere, that says that, no, actually, the superintendent can enroll whoever he or she wants.
Yeah.
I mean, the one before that gives the same permission.
What?
Bullet point 4 gives the same permission.
Okay.
It just also specifies that the district they're coming from has to give consent.
So then get rid of both of them. No. No.
She doesn't want it at all.
Yeah. I just, yeah.
When's our next policy committee?
April 20th.
April 20th.
Or no, that's.
Yeah,
the
that's
bond.
Monday.
That'll be after.
No, that's a Monday.
Oh, okay.
Well, a suggestion, maybe you can meet with Wayne ahead of this and work this out and bring it to the next meeting, or don't you want to wait to the next meeting?
Well, yeah, I guess as long as it's voted on in tandem with school of choice, but I don't know.
That's fine.
I don't think there's anything to work out. I just want it removed. Like,
Well, we can discuss it in policy, maybe.
I don't know if to spend a
For
half hour
what?
discussing it.
okay, well, then I'll give you the heads up on the other one, 5305.
5305. I mean, you made a motion. I should,
Well,
is there a
well-
second for the motion? Or do you want to
No.
withdraw the motion?
Yeah, withdraw.
Okay, motion's been withdrawn. All right, what's the other one?
5305.
What bullet point is that?
This one is under
Single page.
C2. The superintendent or designee may refuse to enroll a student who has been suspended from another school in the preceding 2 years or who has ever been expelled from another school or convicted of a felony.
It says I may refuse. This
Yeah.
You definitely want to keep this one in here. I may refuse.
What'd you want to change on that?
This one should say shall.
Shall. You shall refuse.
Okay, so what if a student
No.
had just a minor discipline issue? Very minor.
What if the student was convicted of a felony?
I will tell you this much, if, we review these, if they've been in fights, we reject them. If they've been in a felony, we reject them. If,
Okay, so then it should say shall.
Hang on.
but we may, if, let's say the person
Ken, I don't think,
had a very minor incident and they were suspended for an afternoon or something, so they have a suspension on their record for something. We could look at them and accept them, but we don't have to.
Well, but the problem, again, Wayne, here's the problem we're having.
Mike,
Is you're giving this, sorry, apologize again. Here's the problem with this, is number one, we've already come to the conclusion that each building principal is gonna make the decision. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now we've got 8 actually, probably building principals, but we'll go with 7, that are all gonna put their bias or opinion on what that minor infraction would look like. We don't have any consistency with that, because as soon as, there's 2 issues with it. One, I think it should say shall, but the other is as soon as we go your designee, well, over at Deke, they may do it one way, at Morris, they may do it another. We don't have any consistency within our own district. And that's a problem in its own right. Or they may do it one way at the high school and another way down at the elementary buildings.
And I can tell you that principals do not want to accept students from other districts that are going to be discipline issues, because that causes them a whole lot more work.
then change it to
And-
shall.
And I'm solving their problem by saying shall.
Yeah.
No, for sure not, because a suspension is my kid gets punched, he punches kid back, he gets suspended too. Now you're saying he can't ever go anywhere.
Even if he doesn't punch him back, don't they get, sometimes they get disciplined even if they
I'm
don't
just saying this
respond?
doesn't say.
Well, no, I'm just saying that you could have gotten punched.
Yeah, that's
and you could
huge,
have
like,
gotten
that's
suspended.
suspended, yeah.
I would
That's
break
too
it,
vague.
like, so I would split it up. So suspension, just suspension, the other 2, expelled or convicted of a felony, should definitely be shall.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
But may on the suspension is what I would go, but.
I don't think,
That's how the law
Well, and
reads.
we
I don't think so.
We don't know the criteria
say
that
the
other
lawyer.
schools use for suspension
care.
either.
Yeah.
There's that, and then there's also, let's say this is a kid that, school choice out of district, they got suspended at an out-of-district school, and they want to come back. We're not going to let them come back because they got suspended.
We don't have a
We don't
choice.
have a choice.
If they live,
If they live in our
if they live in
district,
our
we have
district,
to
okay.
accept them.
yeah,
Okay.
In district has no bearing.
right.
Wayne, did I hear you say that there was something to do with the law here?
Yeah, I think that is exactly what's read in the law. If we go to pull out the MCL, I would need to pull the MCL out, but I think that's exactly what you're going to see in the MCL.
That the superintendent or designate,
I would have, let me pull the law exactly, Autumn, to be sure on this.
Isn't this something we
But
should take up in
This is how I've
policy?
always operated. When we get schools of choice applications in, we always send them to the buildings call the principals, they say if there's been any discipline issues that we need to that you've had to deal with, was this student ever suspended, expelled, or whatever, and if there is, more than likely we reject them, very seldom do we accept them, but if they've said they've been in 3 fights, it's an automatic, we're not taking them.
So would it be acceptable to research the law and then bring it back to us?
Yes, sir.
Ken and Kim, is that okay? Is that okay with you? I don't know. We can't violate the law, so why don't you let him make out for sure what it is? I'm just saying, Kim, we can do it because we're going to have that school of choice meeting still, so we can do it then, and I just think it'd be safer instead of switching back, just let Wayne research it and see what the MCL says.
Okay.
I mean, that's fair.
yeah, all I need is the MC.
Okay, all right. Yep.
Whatever.
Okay, so is that okay?
I will pull the MCL.
It does, it says,
Yep, I understand that. Yep,
Yeah.
it's easy to find.
I'll pull up and see what it says. It's got actually 2 MCLs. Subsection, paragraph, the initial one, and then paragraph C.
But, so it looks like it's specifically, so it is MCL 388, 1705, and it looks like it is section 10. And it's talking about a district may refuse, so, okay.
Your mic's off. Sorry.
I apologize, okay, so this is MCL 388.1705. It is section or subsection 10, and it says, a district may refuse to enroll a non-resident applicant if any of the following are met. The applicant is or has been within the preceding 2 years suspended from another school. So this says may.
Okay,
The applicant
settles it.
is at any time before enrolling under the section, has been expelled from another school, and then the convicted is of a felony. So those are all under this MCL as may.
okay.
But we can be more,
Could you be more
Yes.
specific? I
we
suppose you
can be
could.
more stringent, we just can't be more lenient.
Yes,
Suppose you could be more
exactly.
stringent if you
Yes.
needed to be. Yep.
Okay, so, but it sounds like it's policy. Talk about it in policy.
Nope, that's what you can do. You just can't go less than the law.
Yeah, why do we,
What do you guys want to do then?
I think it's insane that we have that ability right now.
Okay.
And I would like to amend it and get it over.
You have to make a motion if you want to do it.
I would like to motion to amend policy 53, well, this one's 05,
05.
which I don't have in front of me.
Here.
Oh, here it is. C number 2, to change the may refuse to shall. What? Yeah, change may to shall. And that one. And I think that was it on that one.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it.
Motion's been seconded by Mr. Engel. Discussion on the motion by other board members.
So we're going to change policy without running it by the attorney?
We just looked at the law.
I'm
I don't know if
just
the
saying.
policy says if you have to have readings on this or not.
Yeah, usually we like 2 readings.
To amend it, though, it's not to adopt it.
Whenever we revise policy, it takes 2 readings, and you're revising it.
And I looked at that, and actually, our policy says that it only has one.
Okay.
I think it's bad business. I think I think saying we're not going to take a student who's been suspended for
Okay,
2
then-
years, that could be as simple as a 3-day.
Then vote no.
Silly.
But are we gonna do roll call?
What's
We're having
discussion?
discussions now.
Discussion
Other
on
people can
your
talk about
motion.
it.
Yeah.
It's discussion
Yeah.
on your
Okay.
motion.
Yeah.
And I'm, the superintendent or designee may refuse to enroll a student who has been suspended from another school in the preceding 2 years. Or if they've been expelled or have a convicted felony, they shall be. I don't know why we can't have a compromise here, because some kid could be suspended for something minor, and I don't know.
Then say for something minor.
Well, if they
But
got,
but you're
Then say-
changing the policy, and we're not going to have any choice now.
if they got expelled or they have a felony, it is something more serious.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying we do the shall on that part of it, Kim.
Yeah.
And then do the may on the suspension part.
No,
Because
may if it's minor. I will compromise to
there's a
that.
lot of kids that get suspended for doing something silly, and
Well, how are you going to define minor? I mean, a suspension.
that's
is
what I
a
mean, we're getting
suspension.
into too much into the weeds here. It can be may for the suspension, shall for if somebody's convicted of a crime, or they were expelled, which is very serious, from another district, right?
Is there a reason why we can't bring this to the policy meeting and talk about
We
it?
try.
Because I'm trying to adopt a
trying to do it.
whole
You made a
book of
motion.
policies and like,
Well, that's not
and
part of the
I
discussion.
don't,
You
yeah.
have made a motion, we have discussion on it, and let's stay with that.
So we're basically saying we don't trust our teachers and people that are in the buildings every day who are going to take these kids in their buildings. We don't trust them to do their job. That's what we're saying.
No, you're putting words in people's mouths.
Right.
What I would like to do, wait a minute, she's saying one thing, you're saying something else. There's a compromise here. We may not accept a kid that's been suspended. If he or she has been convicted of a felony or a high court misdemeanor, or they were expelled and never charged, which is a pretty serious offense, right, Wayne? If they're expelled for a year, that's a serious charge. Then let's not take those kids, but give it the opportunity for the suspended kids. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Do the may for suspension and the shall for the more serious stuff. Can't we compromise on that? So that's my discussion on it, because I'd vote no on it right now.
So why wouldn't we take that language, Chuck, to the lawyer so we word it right?
Because we don't have to.
We don't have to, but we should.
We just
I'm
read
not
the
opposed
law
to that either.
aloud.
We'll just have a vote. Is there any more
But
discussion?
my guess is the lawyers already told us to put this language in, so why would I take it back to them again?
So what is our motion, Autumn? What motion did you make?
Sure, to change this.
To just change a word to shall.
That you will not accept any student that's been suspended
From another school.
from another school,
Yeah.
expelled.
Or-
Within a 2-year period.
Okay, any more discussion? Roll call vote, Ms. Sue. Yep. Yeah, it's the fifth, word, the superintendent, the fifth word in, striking may, changing it to shall. Okay, that's the motion.
Here we go. Jenny Walgast,
No.
Chuck Melkey,
No.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
No.
Carrie Germain,
No.
and Andrea Fick.
No.
Okay.
Motion fails.
Yep.
You want to make another one?
Do I want to make another one?
What we talking about?
No,
Okay,
I
that's
don't,
fine.
but if somebody else does, that would be fine.
Do you want to?
But
I
because
can't
right
make it as
now,
president. That's why I ask if,
Okay.
unless I turn the gavel over, I know. So, if you want to make the motion, if somebody would like to make another motion, they're more than welcome to, and we have to move on.
At this point, I think you should take it to committee.
Okay, we'll move on. Okay, now we'll go to public comment from the audience. Thanks for sticking with us. It happens.
yep.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Kramer, and I've been appointed to spearhead the America 250
Travis?
committee here in the 8th District, and I'm promoting the concept of a mural that's been embraced by our Downtown Development Authority for the city of Swartz Creek, a historic 250 mural, and I'm here to generate interest for perhaps some of our
Dennis, they're going to turn your microphone on real quick. Yeah, they start.
Anyways.
Give them an extra 20 seconds.
And so I'm here to promote that cooperation. I have your principal's contact information when she was here earlier this evening. And also, I'm planning a wonderful concert, hopefully this summer, whenever the school system gives me a date, for 250 singers for our celebration. It'll be quite a show and full of patriotic music and pretty memorable. And we need to be big and bold for this celebration, but there's no guarantees that this republic's going to continue for another 250 years, people. So I'm going to just bring that awareness, and thank you for what you did, the Mary Crapo Field, because it's beautiful. And yes, I had ties to the old building, but just to see all the natural light beam through there on Miller Road going east and west is just fantastic. So you all did a great job. So thank you. All right. That's about it. I'd like to share one bit of advice. The American Legion had an issue with compliance to be credited to a nonprofit, as a nonprofit organization. And it was dealing with an attorney and that issue. I made the recommendation that our representatives go and talk to the agency directly, going around any type of third party to resolve the issue. I don't know if you guys can do that to deal with your situation here at the school level, but I know it worked for us, just to talk directly to get some insights for compliance. All right? That's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to? Okay.
My name is Michelle Clark. I'm a resident here, a parent, and I just want to say I'm saddened. I can't believe that I'm at another 5.5-hour-long board meeting. I mean, this time I have a chair. I'm not sitting on the floor. I'm just sad that things have happened in the past. I'm sad that we're spending all this money on lawyers' fees that could be going to the kids. I understand things have gone poorly in the past, that things have happened whether they were done right or not, but you're talking about spending up to maybe 40 grand plus this other thing that we went into closed session for. That's, let's say 50 grand that could be going to the kids over things that may or may not have happened. I get it, but it's really hard to sit here with a new superintendent and watch you guys shoot at each other. It's really hard. It really bothers me. I've been so happy lately. We had, Wellness in the Creek, where there were tons of people there and the community came together. And right now, you guys that are leading our district are just squabbling. And it's really hard as a community member. I've sat here going, can I keep coming? But if I don't come, who's going to stand up and say, hey, what are we doing here? It's supposed to be about the kids. And if we're spending 50 grand on lawyers' fees, and how much is this money costing for playgrounds where most of them are okay? I mean, some of them haven't been done, but with this move, how much is it costing this realignment? I realize it's happening, I get it, but I want to know how much is this realignment going to cost the district to do this? Where's it coming from? We keep hearing how we're doing great financially and we've put all this money in, but how much of it is coming out, and how many staff are we going to lose? I don't know. Okay, I'm not a staff member, but I know there's teachers that are not going to be back next year. How many support staff are we going to lose? And then where are we going to go from there? So that we have to do better. You guys have to treat each other how you would expect the kids in the schools and the staff in the schools to treat each other, especially when you're here and you're on YouTube. And our new superintendent was sitting here listening to this and watching this and hearing that the board can't even get along.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Yes. Hi, Leah again. Yeah, I just wanted to read to you a little research I did after March 2nd when I saw the children out on the playground with the demolition happening. And it goes as follows. It says, demolition of nearby homes possesses serious concerns for schools and children's playgrounds, primarily due to the release of toxic dust, lead, asbestos, and silica that can contaminate air, soil, and play areas. These hazardous microscopic contaminants can cause long-term health, cognitive, and developmental damage to children. That was from the Oregon Public Broadcasting, OPB. Specific risks include lead dust contamination. Demolitions, even when regulated, often release lead dust from old paint that travels hundreds of feet, settling on school playgrounds and in surrounding soil. Long-term health risks.
I think you guys wore out the batteries in this thing. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, where was I now?
Soil samples, airborne samples, something.
Okay, so long-term health risks. Exposure to airborne asbestos or lead is linked to reduced cognitive abilities, cancer, and permanent brain damage in children. Immediate safety hazards are construction sites pose risks of structural collapse, noise pollution, and dangers from falling debris. Physical dangers are children may be drawn to construction sites, creating risks of injuries from machinery or hazardous materials. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.gov, that was information from there. And research indicates that multiple demolitions within a neighborhood can significantly increase blood lead levels in children. My thing is that the school shouldn't have to pay for the instruments that you guys are talking about to test the air, or it should be from these non-government organizations with their demolitions. It says you might want the documents regarding the chemistry of the homes that were supposed to be tested before demolition clearance that surrounded the school. So to test and clean up the school grounds and the soil and the air, it's not just while the kids are playing, it's the aftermath. Who's going to clean that up? Who's going to test the playgrounds? It should be the non-government organizations, it shouldn't be put on you guys.
Anybody else like to come up and address the board? Al's got, yeah. He's been here the whole time.
Well, no, just as I read through this, I will. Thanks, guys. I've been to some Lake Planning Commission meetings, but you guys are in the top 3, I think, of the time. So anyways, I had been here asking you guys to let us tie into your retention pond and try to replace your drive entrance to the north. And we did find a way to get the water to drain off of that site by relocating soils. I had this map done actually to this soil from this area, move it back into here to raise the ground up enough to get it, fall all the water back there, and then bring it in a pipe back up here to, there's a storm drain in that ditch 3 feet below the existing ditch. So we are able to manage that. But I'm not able to get past the city planners with the idea that they feel that relocating this interest would just, they don't want to, I don't want to say a safer, I guess a less congested traffic. And the proposal that we're making is I don't know if you, I did leave a package.
Yeah, you left it.
Don't try to open it all up, it'll take up too much on your desk. But the idea that we do this little service drive, and this property here would be easement and granted, and it would be a, what do we call it, a mutual access agreement. There would not be any cost to the school district, and this is the building, by the way.
Can you use the mic, because the public they do listen to this, thank you.
This is the building, is it on? I think so. Hello? Hello, okay. Yeah, this is the building that we would propose to build. This one, I took this to the planning commission up in Flushing, and showed this building. This is what we'd like to build. And what actually got built was that building with these tenants, and there's one space left. And I can't really even negotiate with any of these tenants, because right now the property is unbuildable. There's no access to it. I see this, I would hope it'd be a win-win. There would be no maintenance, the perpetual maintenance on that. It would be I'm trying to think of the word that they used, that would obligate
Yeah,
the
30 seconds.
Thank you. To the people north of there, always have to do the maintenance on that. So it would save a little bit of maintenance. One day you will have to tear out that approach that's there now and replace the concrete approach. But probably more importantly, it should generate a minimum of $1,500 or more. I use the $1,500 because I don't want to overestimate the dollar amount. But that would be this building. And I guess what I'm looking for is something from the board that would give a conceptual, that you would conceptually agree with this concept, subject to the final review and approval of all documents necessary to create a mutual access agreement.
Yeah, we're done. Yeah, your time's up. I would suggest to bring that to the building and operations committee again, and finance, and maybe have somebody from the city give their side of the story with it, so we can try to figure out and get maybe some relief.
Sure.
I think that's fair, because it sounds like the city's forcing you to do that part, so
Yeah,
it would be
and
nice to
then-
hear from them.
So would I ask to be put on a school board
We
agenda?
can do it right now, Sue, can't we? Yeah, it's open to the public, and we'll give you several minutes to talk there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the next date is, Sue, I said it, but I believe it's April 16th? No, 17th.
One last thing on the way out, you guys really need 2 meetings a month. Good night.
She'll give you that meeting date. Anybody else from the public would like to speak?
Is anybody else going to speak? All right. Well, this is going to be hard. Well, are we going to start my time? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Staten. I stand before you today. I haven't been here the whole entire board meeting. I actually watched it at home on Zoom. I'm not feeling all the bestest, so it's very hard for me to stand here and talk to you right now. But after watching a 4-hour board meeting and what I've heard tonight, I felt it would be best to come here and represent directly to you. During tonight's board meeting, I emailed every single one of you except for Andrea, because I didn't have your email address, so I sent it to you through Messenger. But I emailed every single board member here a copy of the letter that went out today from our state rep, Representative Steve Cara, who has been diligently working very, very hard on the Oversight Committee in regards to the Mundy Township Mega Site project. So I highly recommend every board member here to take that letter into consideration. As I mentioned, it just came out today. I have invited the White House to come here to take a tour of the mega site. I have reached out to several state constituents, and I will be meeting with several state constituents over this weekend. So I want to emphasize to the board that when you talk about the loss of funds, and I heard that tonight, about the taxes and how good we're going to do and how much money are we going to lose, you've already lost money. And you say you haven't lost money, but us, the taxpayers, we're the ones that's going to be incremented to a higher level of taxation on our taxes to make up for the equivalent for those 200, 300 homes that you've lost around the mega site that pay into the Swartz Creek school tax. I did have a meeting last month with Tyler. Tyler said that the school is taken off of his radar, that the school is not interested in being sold. And I had a conversation with Tyler about if it ever came down to it and the school did decide to sell, would they consider transforming that school into a trade center? So there are conversations out there, and I'm willing to work with people, but I think you need to work with your students first. And if I've heard this several times from Ms. Germain, it's all about the kids. So let's make this all about the kids. I know my time's up, but I think the consideration needs to be put into place. Did the kids potentially become contaminated from the dust that they've already incurred? And there is 8 houses remaining around the mega site, adjacent to the school property within 300 feet that need to be taken down.
Yep, time's up, Ms. Jennifer, I'm sorry.
Hi, Brianne Wilson. Just wanted to give a quick thank you for regrading that drive for the middle school. As someone who goes between the high school and the middle school every day, my suspension, thanks you. That's all.
Thank you, Brianna. We're going to do it more often, I hope.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
How y'all doing? All right, Brian Jones, local resident. First of all, I guess one thing that I noticed during the talk here today, we hired attorneys. I say we because it's my money. We hired attorneys based on, they were Chuck's guy. Chuck showed up with some people, said, I ran into this guy at a random place. I don't know where. I don't know him from anybody, but here they are. He put them forward, and then they tell you, or you tell them, you can spend $25,000. They're like, well, we spent 31. Okay, there's that. So maybe let's do a little more looking into our guys and just not have our guys come in and take care of stuff, because that seems to have run us into some kind of problem. Now, Mr. Wright here, he's been pretty straightforward and steadfast through this whole thing, but you know, that's you're running 50% from bringing your guy. So maybe don't. Next, I'd like to address you with your comments of my hypocrisy for asking Chuck to step back. My hypocrisy is not hypocrisy because Carrie may be under or may have been under investigation or whatever you're going on with. She was never suing the school district. She was never suing people sitting on this podium. That's the difference. That's what makes it not hypocrisy. Words mean things. Okay? Next, I just can't with all this nitpicking over where do we find this? Well, I just read the law and I know that's not how any of this works, people. You know that, and you know that more than anybody up here. And the part about kicking things down the road, any one of you can make motions that you take care of these things. I heard Wayne tell us, it was last month or the month before, that we need to figure this out before kindergarten roundup, this whole deal. And I heard nobody say, yeah, let's do that. Nobody. So there's that. So blaming the admin, Ken, that dog ain't hunting, man. That's getting old with people. So let's not do that anymore. And I had some other things, but this whole day has blown my mind. It's just been wild. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Our new attorneys that we got, that Chuck didn't like Troon, those are the people that are going to defend our district against Chuck's lawsuit. We might want to take a little think about that. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Any board comment?
I do. So I would, and I think I'm just going to do this as a motion. I'd like to make a motion that any contract that the board enters into or signs should be posted to the board documents and available to the entire board for review.
There's a motion to post all board contracts that were signed by the board on Google Documents. It's been seconded by Ms. Henry. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please, Sue. I'm sorry, Sue. Okay, no worries.
Any contract that the board signs to be added to the Google Docs.
Correct.
Jenny and Autumn.
Autumn.
Okay, Autumn Henry.
Yes.
Kim Winter.
Yes.
Carrie Germain.
Yes.
Andrea Fick.
Yes.
Ken Engel.
Yes.
Jenny Walgas.
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
That would be 7 yes.
Thank you. Passes. Motion passes. Anything else from the board?
I
I'd like-
just,
Go ahead,
I'm
Kim.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
just have something quick I need to pass out to the board members. This came from the county meeting, and this does, just so you know, it said, please bring the completed survey to the March 19th GCA SMB meeting. We didn't get these until that meeting, but I'm going to pass them out. It's basically training that, somebody might, if you have any suggestions for trainings that you would like to see, you can put them on here. And you can, actually, if you want to hold on to them until you see me next time, I can turn them in at the next meeting.
Thank you, Kim. Carrie, you wanted the floor?
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that.
Yes.
I just wanted to share, and Mrs. Clark, you mentioned the Connections to Wellness in the Creek that happened on the 5th of this month. It was very well attended. It was at the Cage, and it was our 4th annual. I want to take this opportunity to thank Sandy Cook, Becky Trent, Michelle Corbett, Travis, Bill Loader and his team, and many, many other volunteers. We had over 50 partners from the community that provided a lot of different, very valuable information. And then, I don't have the exact number, but it's somewhere between 450 and 1,400. But the place was full, as you can attest.
Really?
It was full, and people really enjoyed it at the Cage because it was such an open space. We were able to provide a week's worth of food to over 200 families. And there was food and fun and community events and games. Kids loved the games. And I hope we're able to do it again. People just keep coming back in droves. There was food that was available for folks, and some of it was donated, some of it was provided at a lower cost, and it was supported by a grant from Genesee Health Systems. So I just wanted to mention that because it was a great event.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Ken, go ahead, sir.
We need 2 meetings a month.
Okay.
This isn't getting it.
All right. You want to make a motion to that effect? At least for the time being? I mean, that you can just,
Sure. Make a motion that the board goes to 2 meetings a month, be the second and fourth Wednesdays. And we can still keep, well, that's going into too much detail. Just leave it at that.
okay, so there's a motion that we go to 2 board meetings a month, the second Wednesday and the fourth Wednesday of the month. Is there a? Yeah, great question, Wayne, thank you. When would you like that to start? April?
Sure.
Well, in
Well,
April-
no.
Yeah.
We're already at the end of March, so let's say May.
So you want to amend your motion just slightly?
Well, just have it start in May.
So the motion is to have 2 meetings a month, starting in May. I believe you said the second Wednesday of the month and the fourth Wednesday a month,
So May 13th.
whatever they are. And then if it falls on a holiday, I'm sure it'll be the day after, like most municipalities. Yep. Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Been seconded by Ms. Henry. Any discussion?
I think it would be appropriate for us to talk about that because there may be people who have conflicts on that other day.
And it already conflicts, and we have 2 meetings already in June. We have 2 meetings in August, then when you get to September, it doesn't flow, you need to reword your motion, basically. In September, we have a meeting on the 30th, so if you say the 2nd and 4th, that changes those around. It changes future meetings quite a bit, like at the end of the year, September, October, November, all of those dates change. December, we only do 1, so.
Can we just say like schedule to be determined? Like roughly that we'll attempt to make it the second and fourth Wednesdays, but the official schedule will be.
Yeah, or you can just amend them going forward, yeah.
Or just say you want to add, 3 additional meetings to the calendar, because there's only a couple of months where we
Well, maybe
have
we-
options.
Maybe we don't do it the month that we have 2 meetings anyway.
Well, we wouldn't. Yeah, we already have 2, and they actually fall on the first, the second, and fourth. I'm just saying, like, to say it that way you said it, Ken, screws up the whole end of the year and doesn't apply. How about you just say it that we add a second meeting any month
So-
we don't have a second meeting?
June is already on the 2nd and 4th, so who really cares? Like, June's already good. It's not adding an additional meeting on those nights.
Right, that's exactly what I just said. I said it
Yeah.
starts to screw up really bad in September, though, because you already have dates on the meeting. Like Carrie just said, like, if we have things, I plan things in advance based on these meetings. So I'm just saying the motion needs to be a little bit different, that we add an additional meeting any month there isn't any month we don't already have 2 meetings. And then what Wednesday it falls on, we'll have to look at that.
In May, we'd have to add one on the 6th. On June, it falls like Ms. Autumn said.
Right.
On July, it already falls on the 22nd, which is the fourth Wednesday, and we'd have to add one the 8th, so that's only 2 dates we've adjusted. On August, we have to make one earlier no, it's already set.
We already have to.
Yeah, so we're good. It doesn't really mess up our schedule.
Until September. September, you're.
Okay, then we'll address that when it gets to
That
September.
gives us 4 months, so we can get done to some business. Got these meetings a little bit.
But you're saying, but his motion is to say the second, and I'm just saying, we
Yeah.
could, let's look at it, and the motion maybe
Where
should
the-
say a second meeting where there isn't already a second meeting in a month.
Wednesdays are they in those months?
The 5th Wednesday, and then in November, you would be changing, in October, you'd have to move those around. It's really September, November, October, September, October, November. In November, you can't make it the 2nd and the 4th because it's Veterans Day. I guess we could, but you have academic achievement, bond, and then your board meeting. That would be 3 meetings that week.
Ken, would you consider amending your motion to just two a month, and then we'll work on a schedule? So we
Right.
don't have to do it here at a board meeting.
Sure, amend the motion to changing, so we have.
You got to withdraw it first, but just amend it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Withdraw it, I think. and then-
Withdraw my original motion.
Go ahead and remake it.
Make the motion to have 2 meetings a month starting in May of 2026.
And the schedule to be
Second.
determined, yeah.
Schedule to be determined.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Seconded by Autumn. Discussion? No discussion, roll call vote, please, Sue.
Sorry, just writing it down.
That's okay. It was 2 meetings a month, starting in May.
And who made the, obviously.
Ken made it, Ken made it, and
Autumn
Autumn
seconded.
seconded it.
Okay. Jenny Walgast,
Yes.
Chuck Melkey.
Yes.
Ken Engel,
Yes.
Autumn Henry,
Yes.
Kim Winter,
Yes.
Carrie Germain,
Yes.
and Andrew Fick.
Yes.
Motion passes, thank you. Okay, other
Ed?
board comments.
Yeah, I had one other thing I forgot to mention, or to bring up earlier. So there have been instances where communication goes out to parents that board's not aware of. We don't have any time to like weigh in when it's appropriate. We don't have any time to ask questions, so that when we start hearing from people in the district about this communication that went out, we have no idea what's going on. So I would like to make a motion that any district communication that goes to the families or community of more than one school building be sent to the entire board for review no less than 24 hours before it is sent or posted. So I'm not saying that we have to approve it, just that it is made available to us to review 24 hours before it goes to the parents or families or communities of more than one building.
Okay, it's not a motion, can you make that happen, Wayne?
Try.
Okay. If it doesn't,
Is
then
that a
we'll
motion?
discuss it next month. Oh, I'm sorry, you made, I'm sorry, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize, my fault.
That's what I'm thinking. You're not always going to know 24 hours in advance.
We need a second, and then we can have discussion.
Second.
And second by Autumn, discussion on the motion.
So again, this is affecting more than one school building, and this is just communications. This is not emergency notifications. Again, if you have an emergency, it's going to be localized to one building. It's not going to be an emergency.
Not always.
Okay, so what would happen where?
Snow
multiple
emergency,
board-
that kind of stuff, so you're gonna have to exclude emergencies out of there or something
Yeah.
in your
Okay,
motion.
yeah,
So if you
okay.
withdraw your motion and restate it,
Well, I think I can amend. So I amend my motion to say that excluding emergency situations.
okay. Any discussion on that now?
I mean, I think we,
Second the amendment.
Yeah, you can second it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's against our policy or Robert's rules, so.
had great communication. We had Wayne does a good job notifying us when there are incidences. And, I mean, was there something in particular you didn't get notified on, Jenny?
Yeah, there's redistricting. The maps went out to the parents before we even saw them. And before we could even say, hey, wait a minute, I have questions, why are we doing this way? It's already been sent to the parents and basically essentially seen as a done deal. That should not have even been, that was our decision to make and approve. And so that power was taken away from us by sending the district map out to all of the parents. There's no way to remedy that at this point, because it's already gone out and parents are already making plans and are under the impression that that is finalized. And that was not correct. The procedure was not followed, and if we'd had an opportunity to see that communication before it went out, we could have said, wait a minute, the board has not approved this new map. You cannot send that out without board approval. And it would be a lot easier to undo. Instead, if we remedy this, it'll be a third message to these parents saying, oh, wait, no, your kid goes to this school. Because the original communication went out to everybody saying Moorish, then there was a corrected one, and then if we correct some of these district lines, or we don't approve the district lines as they were sent out, it would be a third email, and we are gonna have everybody confused, they're not gonna know. We already have parents that are upset by what it is, so then we're gonna have some parents celebrating and others disappointed, and we're just gonna end up with a whole lot of chaos. And it could have been avoided if we'd just seen this ahead of time.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion?
Can I have the motion again, please?
Okay, so my motion is that any district communication that goes to the families or community of more than one school building be sent to the entire board for review no less than 24 hours before it is sent or posted unless it is an emergency.
Yes, but seconded by Autumn. Any further discussion?
And again, not approval, just it goes to us if we read it and have questions, we read it and have questions. If we don't read it in time, we didn't read it in time, it's on us. They're not waiting on us to approve it.
So they're not waiting on you to approve it?
No.
And you said excluding emergency situations?
Correct.
Roll call vote, please, Sue.
Ken Engel?
Yes.
Kim Winter?
Yes.
Carrie Germain?
No.
Andrea Fick?
No.
Autumn Henry?
Yes?
Chuck Melkey?
Yes.
Jenny Walgast?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. And I'll just,
Okay,
I didn't give my board comment yet.
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. First of all, I don't think that anybody, why would you bring Rod into that? Just curious. Like when you say, oh, Rod did a really good job of communicating, is there something in particular? Why would you bring that? That's weird to me. Anyway, also, bathrooms, can I get somebody to check into the bathrooms at the middle school?
Oh, Autumn, I didn't get a chance to talk to you. I talked to Mr. Wright about that.
Yeah.
And he's going to check for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to him, I left him a message, but I did talk to him at the meeting.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't, and then also, bullying, or maybe it's not bullying, I don't know. Or just overall, if a parent emails an adult, can somebody tell me how that's handled? Like, why does an adult address the child if it's a parent, email? At the middle school, at the high school, yeah.
I think maybe you should give an example so they know what you're talking about.
Okay, if a parent has an issue with a teacher, or a parent emails and says, hey, my child was marked tardy and I'm gonna use the bathroom thing because there's not enough open bathrooms, sorry, my sugar's dropping, enough sugar, or bathrooms open, yeah. Bathrooms open.
I can do it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what she was trying to say was if a parent calls a teacher about something and maybe they have a disagreement about something, or, maybe they're not seeing eye to eye on something, the teacher should not then go to the child and say, why would your dad call me about that? Why would your mom call me about that? That should not be happening.
I don't know if that.
So that's what, I think that's what else she was trying to say.
Yeah, thank you, Kim.
I'm not saying it did or it didn't, I'm just trying to help her out.
So, yeah, that's a legitimate concern. Wayne will look into that. Any other board comment? I'll finish it up. Okay, I want to thank the AYSO for coming in. It's good to have them back here in the creek. My boys and nephews all played in there, and it's good to have them back. I want to thank everybody for the grand opening of the park again and all the volunteers. It was an idea 3.5 years ago, and it's finally here. I want to thank Wayne for all the work he does. He's in a tough spot, just taking over for a few months, but that road's coming to an end. And with Ken, and hopefully he'll do a great job, and you've done a great job for us, Wayne, so me and Wayne will talk about that in the next few weeks and have an entry plan for the new superintendent. I think we're looking to start him around May 10th, May 15th, for everybody's knowledge. The tear down of houses, I am concerned about that. Wayne did reach out to Mr. Tyler. I won't say his name because I won't butcher that. And we could have a meeting with him if we go through with it, with me, one other board member, and Wayne. And then an official letter, as you said, that he will not get a gentleman's agreement, which he may have had either with Rod or Jim, not to tear down houses when the kids are out, and they should incur any costs if we have to wash down equipment, buildings, and other things, instead of the district doing it short term. I think it's a good idea what Jenny said. And communication, well, everybody says might be a dig, but it's not. I wasn't communicated about the mega site, and that's what's brought us to a lot of this stuff. And if anybody has a problem with it, they can look at the emails that were kept from us and other people, and people can smile and do all that. But I prepared a package to take to the Attorney General's Office, Michigan Department of Education, the Genesee County Prosecutor's Office, along with the Department of Treasury, on 2 board members and 3 officials. And who knows what'll happen, but it's prepared. And I'm just waiting to see if there's any more information, because I'm still discovering stuff till this day that I'm finding out. So that's it with my comments. Motion to adjourn.
We're supposed to do closed session for negotiations.
Oh, gosh, we gotta do closed session. I'm so sorry.
I'm not sticking around for that one. I'm just gonna be brutally honest.
That's okay. That's for the teachers' union.
Yeah.
And I know that Brianne is still here for that, and she's probably excited that we're going into closed session. Sorry you had to wait so long. So I was trying to get out of here before midnight, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, motion to go under, let me read the exact law that the attorney prepared for us. Closed session for purpose of negotiations, OMA 15.268, Section 8.1, Section C, subparagraph C, for strategy negotiations connected with the negotiation of collective bargaining agreement. If either negotiating party requests a closed hearing, Now, I just read that.
You moved it.